And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company, and this is another episode of Let's Talk About Seamoss. So, sorry we started late tonight. I almost forgot today was Wednesday, and thinking it was Thursday for some reason. Just wanted the week to end, and and I finally, I don't want to say bit the bullet, but finally I pulled the trigger and I bought my ticket. And so I am going to St. Lucia. It's official. It's no more of a possibility. It's pretty exciting because it's been at least 2 years since I've been there. So it'll be exciting to go back and meet up with everybody that I haven't seen in so long. Pretty crazy to see what has changed. And I'll be down there for about a month. I'm going down June 12th. So if anybody is planning or thinking about it, interested in going, give me a shout, and maybe we can see if we can connect while I'm down. I'll give you the exact dates that I'll be there. I'm just waving to everybody. Let me know if anybody has any questions about Seamoss. As usual, we don't really have a set topic tonight. I almost even didn't do the show tonight, so if you have something pressing on your mind that you wanted to get answered, now's the time. Now's your chance to get it out there and get that question answered, because I'm itching to answer some questions. Welcome, Phenomenal Agency, J Flow 108, and the Coupon Chick. I love coupons. Coupons are my specialty. So what do you guys want to talk about Seamoss tonight? There's so much topics we can talk about. How long is shipment? It depends on where you're located. Shipment in the United States usually is anywhere from 2 to 5 days once it's been shipped. But I'm going to be honest, the last couple of days we've had a really unprecedented, unexpected amount of orders, and so we're maybe about a day or two behind. And so, so Atlanta, Georgia, if it is shipped from our location in Atlanta, then it is about 1 or 2 days. But if we ship it from our Toronto warehouse, which we've been doing most of our orders lately, it's going to ship out about 3 to 5 days. Sorry, that's how long it will take to get to 4 to 5 days. What's up, Bull City? You have to pick up some tomorrow. Yes, I will be in the warehouse tomorrow evening. Just give me a call during the day and set up a time. But I don't live too far from the warehouse, so as long as I know when you're going to be there, I can meet you there. Almost anytime. Anytime, any hour. What's up, bro? I'm good, chilling. I'm excited because I booked my ticket to St. Lucia. And Lulu, what's up? Thank you for coming by to say what's up. That's my girl, Lulu. What a positive spirit. So yeah, I'm excited. I've got my trip booked, and I'm going to be down there for about a month. I'm going to spend the first 2 weeks at a resort, And then the last 2 weeks I'm going to be standing on the, just dealing with the Seamoss and stuff, you know, meeting with my friends and stuff, people I haven't seen in a couple of years. It's going to be interesting, you know. At one point I almost felt like I was going to live there. Yeah, my family's there that I'm listening to. So, yeah. It's another Wednesday. What happened today? Anything cool happened today? No. Same old, same old. It's just the last, maybe even 2 weeks, it's just been getting up and going to the warehouse and boxing Seamoss, and then, I get there in the morning and I box till the evening, and then, like I was saying earlier, I forgot what day it was. That's how busy I have been. But, it's all worth it, and I have a passion for this. And what's up, kid? Hey, if any of you guys want to join me on this live stream, you know what I mean? You're more than welcome to come on and chat it up. Just send me a request or make a comment and let me know. You know what I forgot to do, and I just realized? Is I forgot to write the service restream that I use to do these live streams. I've been having troubles with the comments, and so I wonder if there's someone commenting, and I just don't see them. Let me see if there is something. Nope, no time. Well, that is what it is, I guess. Hey, what's up, Khaled?
What's going on, Julien?
Not much. I'm there. I don't know if you heard, but I got my tickets booked for St. Lucia.
Oh man, you finna go do it?
Yeah. I've been waiting to do it. It's it's just all of this COVID stuff, but now down there they've really sort of let up a lot of the restrictions, and so it's kind of opened the doors now for me to go down there.
Well, you got to have some of the chicken and plantain for me. Say this for Khaled.
Yes, dude. I'll send you a video. There's a place I go down there to get food. It's called Tone's Front Yard, and this lady that cooks the food, it's awesome, and it's like $20 EC a plate, so it works out to be maybe just under $10 US, but you get a fucking plate with salad and rice and lentils. You'll get chicken or lamb or whatever meat you want. You know what I mean? So I'll go there for sure. And yeah,
they got a really good beer. Even though I don't drink. I haven't drank since I was 25, 22 years ago.
Oh,
but when I used to drink before I became Muslim, I love beer. I used to love beer.
Yes.
Do they got good beer?
Yeah. They got Heineken down there. They have a beer called Piton, which is their local beer, and then they have another beer called Bright, and it's made by the Amstel Brewing Company, which I gotta double check, but I'm almost positive it's a Canadian company.
You look like you love beer, Julien.
Oh yeah,
I get that vibe. I'm feeling that energy.
I drink a lot of beer. So down there, the beer, the Brights, are the cheap beer. And you know what I mean. And so one beer down there is about $5 or $6 easy, right? But the brights are 2 for $5.
Man.
So you know what I was drinking.
Man. So what about brown liquor? Do you like cognac? Do you like Remy?
Remy's good. That's my brother's middle name.
Remy. That was my drink of choice. Oh God.
I like cognac. I also like rums. I like good rums and good tequila.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Tequila I couldn't do because for some reason white liquors. They tell me the next day you took off your clothes. I must get hot. It's sort of like ecstasy to me, you know?
Yeah, you freak out.
I say, did you guys let me take off my clothes?
It's all love.
They said I danced all night. I'm like, shit, I don't dance. Are you guys insane? I'm the guy that hold the wall up. I can't drink white liquor.
Yeah. Well, tequila will get you that way, man, for sure. For sure, you gotta watch it with the tequila. But like for me, when I have the tequila, it's not like I drink shots or anything like that. It's more of like a sitting tequila. I wouldn't shoot like alcohol. I don't know. You don't taste it then, you know. But what's the whole point, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So how's business going for you? I see that things have been picking up and stuff.
We chopping up a little bit, Julien. Repeat that one.
I was asking how business was for you, and I said,
business has just been phenomenal. Out of all the other little mishaps, that's one thing I can say God been putting together. Because every day is getting more and more. But then I noticed today it's getting to be more work. The excitement is dying, Julien.
Yes. Now you gotta figure out how to step back on some of your roles or some of your chores and get someone to fill them so that you can grow. Because you're only one person, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I never thought it would even turn into anything besides me, taking it for my health.
Bro, I never thought it would go beyond 50 pounds.
Man.
Think about that. You know what I mean? That was like, you know what I mean? And started off with 200 pounds. And now it's like, now it's like 2,000 kilos.
I think the dry selling is less of a headache, though.
Pardon? The what?
Selling it dry like you do, it's less of a headache.
But it's not the same amount of money. You know what I mean? And it's a lot of time. Like I spend a lot of time doing it.
Oh wow!
Mm-hmm. Like consuming.
What makes it so time consuming, Julien?
The time procuring the business, calling people, talking to them. Even I'm kind of cheap, so I'm not hiring a lot of people. I'm hiring almost nobody on the Canadian side. On St. Lucia, we're working with whoever we can. We just get not on the street, just get. But the point is like, you know what I mean? Our goal mainly with this business is to create prosperity. So, if I can save money here so that I can spend more money there at this point, it just makes sense.
Yeah, it do. That does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't know. I'm just such an infant in it, man.
You're just such a what?
Such an infant.
Yeah, but you'll grow quick, man. It's a fast learning curve in this business. You know what I mean? And really, this is what I'm learning. Not even just this business, any business. It really comes down to your desire. Like some of these people really need to take a hard look at themselves and ask them how many hours are they putting into their business. Do you know what I mean? Because look, I've worked today. I've been doing this since 10 o'clock this morning.
Really?
Yeah. And look, it's 11 o'clock now. I pretty much didn't stop. Like I came home. And the whole time I was eating and doing stuff, I was working and answering emails and stuff like that. I had to book my flight and everything. And I mean, I didn't even book my flight. I know. I'm sorry. My wife booked the flight for me. I am the worst at these like doing the and she's so good at getting the deals and stuff. I'm horrible. That's but the point I'm trying to make is that I didn't sit around and watch TV. I didn't call my friends. I didn't like hang out with anybody. You know what I mean? Shit, bro. I haven't hung out with a friend in like 3-4 weeks.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. But when you look at all the sales that are coming in and the work, you're like, okay, fuck, this is, it's worth the time, the commitment that you're putting in. It has to be a commitment.
For some reason, the reception gets bad when I go to video.
Really, eh?
Yeah, probably because I got AT&T, which is really good here in the States.
Yeah, we have I have high speed. Yeah, like I have no problem. I'm like streaming from like 4 different devices right now. Maybe I'm streaming from too many. I don't know.
How do you do that, Julien?
Well, I have an iPhone.
Just go live on multiple devices?
Yeah. So I have one laptop that I do on YouTube and I do on Facebook. And then I do on my iPhone, I do the Instagram. And then on the Clubhouse, I do the Facebook. I really should have put the Instagram on the iPad because it's got a bigger screen. And I think maybe a little bit of a better camera. I don't know. I don't know shit, so I think it might have just been dirty.
I got this, I ended up getting some full spectrum. I'm not sure if it was from Moss King. I know for sure Ricky McBride. And I think from the other guy, Seamoss Boss. I'm not sure. But whatever the case, I got a big old the 32 ounce.
Yeah.
Ninja. They see in 3 components.
Mm-hmm.
The largest one.
Yeah.
This is for me.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm liking that spectrum, that full spectrum. I like it.
It's good, and you can control how you balance and make the gel. You can make it like really strong, or you can put more purple in it, less. Hey, Candy, what's up? See, Candy just came in the room. But it's so funny. I was gonna say to you earlier, I'm like, oh, I seen that post you made where you were like, oh, I'm not gonna take any samples, and I was gonna ask you why not, and then you're like, you're telling me you don't even know who you got the last Seamoss from. So I'm like thinking this guy's ordering stoops from so many people he can't even keep track of it, and you want to ask him why he's stopping. There's your answer right there.
A video, like a silent video of me just showing a table area of all you guys Seamoss. And it's kind of for me. It's just for me and my family. Sometimes we'll have a day say, let's check out this from Grenada.
Yeah.
I got some from Grenada. Or we'll say, let's check out Julien's from St. Lucia. We'll check out Rory Crunk. Or we'll just pull some out and check them out,
You should. And, don't be afraid to show this off. Listen, you're always going to get haters that are saying, oh, this or that. But you're not there for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm not the Seamoss police, though, so.
Yeah. Okay. Let me be the Seamoss police. I love being that hater. That troll.
You good. They don't push back on you.
Because I know how to handle them. Because I've been doing this social media stuff for so long. See, there was a long time. I've run a lot of businesses. And so before we had these groups and social medias, they used to have these things, you might have known them, like forums. You know what I mean? So even like Reddit's kind of like a forum like that. And so there's a certain etiquette and a way to talk to people and how to structure your language in order to make sure that you kind of shut people down and you put people right into place. And sometimes you have to be aggressive. Like a lot of people, I'm sure, when they meet me in person compared to what they've read online, they're like, this guy's like 2 different people, right? But in some ways, how I got to be online is like, that's a different world. You know what I mean? It requires a different persona, different sort of level of etiquette and stuff like that. And so I'm not going to talk the same way that I will talk online in those comments. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hear that.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. I just thought if everyone knew the value, if we could start something different, and even though sometimes it sounds minute,
mm-hmm.
if we could just all, like, we make purchases from each other, even if it's a truckload,
mm-hmm.
video it.
Mm-hmm.
See, I just ordered from Julien. They bring in a freight truck,
mm-hmm.
videotape the freight truck.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I think that's powerful.
Yeah.
Because that's actual content, Julien. Mm-hmm. That's what the world is about now. It's
mm-hmm.
about having content.
Yeah.
If you have no content, you know?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I have been working on an idea, something like that. I haven't been really ready to talk about it too much just because I don't want to say about it and then I don't do it yet. But I'd like to see if there's a way to unite those that are sort of like-minded in a certain way aspect and are very serious and gung-ho about this business and want to take it to, like, you know what I mean? Like, move, you know what I mean? And basically we pool our resources together to share stuff. You know what I mean? Like, why you guys are all selling gels? You're all buying the same jars. Why are we not teaming up together? You know, getting one guy to go buy the jars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest.
Rich.
Listen, I'll be honest. I'll put it out there. I'm willing to put the money up if I know there's a strong team that are going to follow through, and I'll go buy the pallets of jars.
But do you know this guy that you're mentioning would get rich?
Mm-hmm.
If just the group, just our group,
mm-hmm.
purchase our jars from him only.
Yep. But imagine we all did it at an affordable price, where it's kind of like the guy, maybe he doesn't get rich, but he almost gets his jars for free for putting out the commitment.
Julien, this big what you got going on. I don't know how to put it in words to you.
Mm-hmm.
By you being the guru and God putting you in that position, when this translates into what you need to do,
mm-hmm.
you're going to be rich, Julien. I'm saying, don't get discouraged, man. I'm telling you, you're like leading Seamoss. You got all this sector.
Yeah.
You're a leader in the world of Seamoss.
Well, I don't know if I'd go as far as to say a leader in the world of Seamoss, but I would definitely like to be an influencer.
God make leaders. Men don't choose them. Men think they choose them. Men think they leaders. Mm-hmm. But God already got the leaders wrote.
Mm-hmm.
You could put 10 men together. A leader will emerge. Whether he know it himself or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's just qualities. Ambition, motivation, tenacity,
mm-hmm.
cleverness, wits,
mm-hmm.
wisdom. These things, man.
Okay.
Health. Health is a big thing. Can play a big role, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, man.
But I believe that if God put me in the leadership position, it was for a reason.
Yep.
And that reason, I believe, is to show people how to do things differently and how we can take these risks and make it work.
Yeah.
You know?
It's incredible, man. Where's McBride? He's not around?
He's there. He's in the room there. He's probably just listening to the chat. You know, he's always grinding. I'm gonna send him this that clip song. Grinding. Actually, let me see if I can play that. Or you know what? Maybe I can't play it because he might kick me off of these streams. These guys and their licensing and shit. Oh my gosh, it's like,
man. Hey, what about the truck driver? I haven't saw him around.
Dude, Yusuf, he'll pop in a minute here. But it's also so late. I started so late tonight that, like, a lot of people aren't here. But I kind of said to myself, you know what? You made this commitment. You didn't make a time. Just fucking go on there, even if it's an hour. You know what I mean? Let's see who's in there and chat. Because I love talking about Seamoss. I hate talking about Seamoss by myself. But I love talking about Seamoss.
Hey, did it make sense to post I made? Just to give some people some insight that probably wonder where's that energy coming from. For me, gave them kind of like a testimony.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think you're overthinking it, right? It's good to tell your story, right? But I think that how do I put it? The opinions of everybody is not so important. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what happened? A person inboxed me.
Yeah.
I was going to get some Seamoss, inquire to them, and they said, I'll send it to you, but you got to promise me if you get mad, you won't go on a tangent on the group page.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
I said, out of all the time I've been in this group, I had 2 skirmishes. I've had over 100 dealings, whether I'm selling or buying.
But here's the
2
thing.
skirmishes.
Listen.
2.
But listen, that's fuck them. That's not your problem. Like, the first thing that comes to my mind when you say that to me is, why would they say that? Why would they be scared?
To me, Julien.
Huh?
I was buying from him.
Yeah.
That's what worried me.
Listen, I'll tell you something. I remember when Tata ordered from me. I was scared. When Tata put that order and I saw the order come in, I was like, oh, fuck. Okay, where's my best Seamoss? Let me make sure that box is perfect.
Bro, I mentioned Seamoss King name just trying to figure out who the lady was talking about. She said Seamoss King, but I think she meant Seamoss Boss. I don't know what she meant. I said his name and she went ham.
Yeah. No, she's hardcore, but she's passionate, like us, like me, like you. So it, like, to me, it's kind of like, you know what? Like, don't fuck up. And if you fuck up, you fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, if you guys gave me a bad review, I would have just came. And this is the thing. This is how you handle the shit online. You come up and you're honest and you fucking apologize and you say, you know what? I fucked up. Here, let me fix it, and you fix it.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you accept the fact that your Seamoss is subpar or wherever it is on your. This is the market.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely.
You can't be afraid of the market.
But so, you know how we are, Julien, too. If we messed up, we'll send a person a care package.
Some of them I will.
Money's not the problem.
Some of them I do. I'll be honest.
Other issues.
Some I don't.
So we're not hungry. We're not scamming. We're not lying and cheating. I was just thinking about some people today. I was at work, and we got these scammers. They call from like different. I don't know if it's different countries, man. And then now we got them calling from the States. So today I had a young girl, about 3 of them, call from Illinois, Chicago. They're trying to order iPhones. If you didn't know, I worked at AT&T. Did I tell you guys?
No.
Yeah, I worked for AT&T for years. It used to be the Bell companies, Ameritech, SBC. You know I'm an old cat, so I've been there for years.
Yeah.
Whatever the case, these people are scamming for cell phones. And I just stopped and prayed. I stopped at my desk because I'm working from home. And I just said, God, thank you. I having me have to scam and cheat and scheme and lying. You know, just I get an honest salary. And if anything's wrong, even with the wife, I say, honey, what's wrong? He allowed me to fix it. He allowed me to think of a game plan. I'm just blessed, man.
It's grace. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Be happy that. Don't worry about these other people. All these people are there to kind of set you off your game. Knock you off from who you are. This is who you are, and just be that. And that's what I'm saying. Don't like that person should be more worried about the fact that they're unsure of whether or not they can deliver a good product to you, to the point that they would have to message you and say, please don't get mad if I fuck up. Like, you just manifested it.
Back and forth. If I was let down because I didn't get your product, that's a good sign. That means I really wanted to try your product. So figure something out with me, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Whatever. Move along. Let's talk about bigger and better things.
New topic. What's up, McBride?
Not too much. How y'all doing tonight?
Good. Good. I actually just seen my friend here. I'm gonna see if I can invite him, unless he left. Maybe he left already. There's a guy called Uncle Alkaline.
Oh yeah, I seen him on here. It looks like he just joined.
Yeah.
Uncle Alkaline. How much you make today, McBride?
I really didn't make too much today. didn't feel like that. I was at I won't say customs. I was at Mailjet. Do
you guys work?
Yes and no.
I work Seamoss. That's it. That's all I do.
See, I'm trying to get where you guys at, but then I wonder, do I really want to? I don't know.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I love it. I mean, I don't have to do it. You know what I'm saying? I have the real estate business, and like between me and my wife, I'm able to kind of juggle it. But I love doing it. You know what I mean? I love the work that we're doing.
I love doing it. Today I would say it was a difficult day, but it was actually a good day. It's still the same. Yeah, I actually did pretty good today without, like, this is a crazy thing is that I did no marketing, no advertising. How long I don't think it's been forever. Like, I haven't even posted anything about Seamoss in like the last 2 weeks. And I'm still able to make a profit, so I'm happy. Like, I can't
That's
complain.
blessings right there.
You guys should have saw me in Home Depot this Sunday. I got me a 16-foot pruner to get the tree branches. You know, I got me some decorative rocks. You know, as our spring is here, it's time to clean the yards up. You know, so I went on a spree, guys, off my sales for Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
And I took the money to get my Seamoss, and then the profit that's left over, I went ahead and got a lot of yard stuff. I was like a kid in a candy store, man.
Nice. You gotta do that yard work. I remember when I first moved to my neighborhood, because everybody maintains their yard and stuff like that. And I moved from a condo, so I had no yard stuff. And it was fall. And so I get a knock on the door, and it's my next door neighbor, and he's all like, "Yeah, I was." I was like, kind of like, "Fuck." Like, no, I don't need your rate.
Yeah. You should see where I live. I live in Ellsworth here in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Man, these people take it seriously. Everybody got at least an acre of yard.
Yeah.
So they take it, man. They take it serious. A guy told me, a neighbor, he said, because when I first got here, I never had this much yard. I had to go get a ride more. But I didn't get it yet because I was getting landscapers because the house wasn't lived in for a year. So I needed the landscapers because it looked like it was beautiful before. So I needed landscapers to outline it again. Just outline what it used to be. And so I was waiting to get them guys to come. They was backed up because of COVID. And the neighbors was all over us, man. They said, "You want to have a dream? They coming over?" I said, "Honey, they just want us to fix this yard."
Yeah.
And we fixed the yard and they left us alone, you know.
That's it. They get once they get their hints across. But look at Candy said. She said, "We need a Seamoss form and teach weekly or monthly classes. It can be monthly membership, and classes can be about wholesale vendors, Seamoss gels, powders, products, marketing, ads, advertising." Yes, I agree with you. And it is something I'm trying to put together. It's just I haven't had much time to do it with all the stuff we do.
You and McBride better get together and make a workshop where the people got to buy the class and they got to buy the booklet.
Yeah. Well, I had an idea.
Y'all could get rich, man. Y'all playing, man. I'm serious, dude. You do. We just got about 3 of y'all. Y'all could get rich.
No,
we have so much that we be doing, though. I'll be honest with you. Like, there's so many things that we're supposed to be doing right now that we still haven't got around to doing yet. Like, after the day, okay, so this is another thing is that I got 6 kids. And so I try to juggle it to where, like, I'm doing like a 60-40 work and then being with the kids.
You got 6 little kids?
Yeah, they're all 15 and under.
Oh, wow. I got
15, 12, 11, 3, and about to be 2.
Wow, I got 10 kids. I got 2 left, guys. 14 and 7.
Wow.
My oldest is 29. Wow. And my youngest is 7 years old. But we down to 2. And now I'm able to do Seamoss. I'm able to finally buy me some shoes. I'm able to do some shit.
I can't do none of that. Like, I can't do none of that. Nah, I can't do none of that. I just bought a pair of shoes for my son because he's playing basketball this summer. I was like, so he sent me, because he's with his mom right now, so he sent me the link. And I'm looking like, are you kidding me?
You get one or two pair a year, don't you?
Man, I don't even, like, I can't tell you when the last time I bought shoes. Like, to be truthful with you, I think Crystal bought me some shoes like 2 years ago for, like, and they were some Jordans. And guess what? They're still in the box. I haven't even unboxed them. I'm like, I don't get to buy shoes, so I just bought these shoes. Now I'm just looking like, all right.
Yeah, my wife
$80.
Yeah, my wife would buy me a polo outfit or something for Father's Day. Then Sweetie's Day, for some reason, she would always give me some cologne. And I went, guys, probably, I'm going to say, out of a 22-year marriage, probably about 17 years getting nothing. I just started getting some the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, it's. I don't even expect it. Like, if I get socks on my birthday, and a t-shirt, I'm like, I'm happy. You know what my biggest thing is? My biggest thing is flip-flop, like not flip, but house shoes. Like, every year I need to get a new thing of house shoes, and that's my go-to. House shoes is it.
But you want to know something that's uplifting? Out of all 10 kids, we down to 2. We've raised them in very good areas, very good schools. They're all successful. They all went to college. They don't have no debt because we paid for it. My wife is very, very in a very professional position.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we were fortunate. Fortunate. It was a great sacrifice. The youngest boy, 19, in his second semester at UWM Milwaukee. And hey, man, you know, it was worth it. It was worth, you know, the stuff. Definitely. Yep.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Okay. I'm just reading this. I started a Facebook group just to discuss Seamoss herbs and medicinal mushrooms. I got less than 50 followers and people weren't participating, so I left. So I felt like I wasn't reaching anyone. No, continue to go on that. What it is, it just takes time for people to see what you're doing. I'm gonna tell you my story. I have a Seamoss directory, and I did the exact same thing. And so I've actually been kind of discussing it with Julien about getting it started, because I see traffic coming there, but like it just wasn't what I was expecting, and so I got discouraged as well. And I wish I would just kept going with it and just stayed the course. It probably would have been a lot bigger, and it would have been a platform that everybody would go to get somewhat like cheap advertising and not having to, like, when you go to Facebook, you know you're going to be hit with all type of other things that you don't want to look at. Most people want to look at those. With that being the case, I should have just stayed with it, because it would have been a platform where everybody could go to. They can actually see where Seamoss is coming from different areas. They would have been able to shop. They would have been able to shop with suppliers. They would have been able to shop with people that are actually selling Seamoss in the States. So, just matter of fact, if you don't mind posting a Facebook group in here, because if I knew about it, I probably would have been going there, because I'm actually really getting into medicinal mushrooms right now, and me actually kind of having another website where I do more herbs along with Seamoss. That's something that I probably would want to incorporate into my new web store.
Yeah,
but
make a post.
You know what, Julien? You guys might not be in the selling side. I think that, man, you guys might have to start doing, you and this other guy, Jamari, y'all might have to do like public speaking. And I think it's another side for y'all, man. It might not be selling Seamoss. It might be webinars, seminars, you traveling to the States, Julien. You know, everybody book.
Just come to Atlanta, we got you.
Yeah, you guys got to do that stuff, dude, I think, man.
Okay.
It might not be selling actual Seamoss.
No, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff around it that supports the Seamoss business. So yeah, I'm open to it. Let's do it. There's a lot of people that have been talking about putting together like a Seamoss conference. What?
You could replace yourself with someone else and with your connect in St. Lucia, and McBride, you replace somebody else with yourself, but it got to be some dynamic person.
Mm-hmm.
And then y'all do that stuff right in the curriculum, and the workbooks, and the seminars, the webinars, the subscriptions, and
if I could just slow down and put a book together, I probably would. But I just can't slow down to the point where I can just sit there and like somebody would have to just follow me and be taking notes. And be honest with you, I'm telling you, like I move around and like my day might go from me not having anything to do at 8 o'clock to me getting an order for 48 bottles of capsules and at 8:10. And so my whole thing is that I probably had the 48 bottles over there, but guess what? I had to replenish that. And so my next probably about 5 to 8 hours is going to be sitting at a table making capsules.
So what we going to do when these other races and these other people start doing this, and you guys put in all this work, you got to watch it occur.
Yeah, I think about that all the time. One thing I do understand though is that there's a lot of people that don't have the ground roots like we have. I think that's what's going to end up separating a lot of people is putting those ground roots down. And so right now, I really could care less if corporate comes. Because they're not going to be able to they're not going to have a grasp on, like they may be able to buy a lot and be able to compete because they're going to have a lot of marketing and advertising behind them. Yeah. But when it comes to talking about Seamoss and having a passion for it, they're not going to have it. And so that's where I think that where we separate ourselves is, all day long that I do Seamoss. Like there's no denying it. I can really put a phone next to me all day long, and the only thing you're going to see is me in the process of doing something with Seamoss. Like right now, I'm drinking tea that has Seamoss in it. Like
I got the full spectrum right here.
There's nothing I don't do that don't have Seamoss. I've been making this banana pudding. I actually made a different variation of banana pudding. It has Seamoss in it. Like when I experiment with stuff, I experiment with Seamoss. Like there's nothing else. I'm getting into different herbs, but most of the herbs actually have Seamoss infused in it. Like so. I think there's a difference. Like I understand that corporate pride coming, and there's a lot of corporate entities that want to. However, when it comes to this Seamoss,
y'all the kings.
Yeah, they not messing with us on the Seamoss. Like they can do all they want to, but it's kind of like so it's kind of like the marijuana industry. Like even though marijuana is corporate right now, you can't mess with Snoop.
You're right.
You get what I'm saying? You can't mess with Snoop. You can't mess with Wiz. All these companies come and get these people.
Just like Jay-Z. Jay-Z got billions. But when it comes to Kiss them, they the streets. You can't never get denied.
Yeah. Like
them boys,
no matter what's going on, you can't mess with Redman and Method Man. You get what I'm saying? Like there's certain entities that even though this is legal, I would get my information from them.
Yeah.
Instead of getting it from somebody else, because I know that they're passionate about it. I know this is what they do. And so it really wouldn't matter if so it's the same way like they come and get all these people to actually sell their weed now. Like you have all these different strands with a rapper's name on it.
Yeah.
Like that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to come in and you're gonna probably want to invest, which I probably won't let you. But you have to understand, like there's gonna have to be some type of partnership that goes on to where you're gonna want And the funny thing is that I've been reading about Aunt Jemima all week.
Oh, wow.
And you know how what happened with her and how they pretty much they
took it off. They took it down.
Yeah, and so that's a big thing that's been happening this week as far as the discussion with that. And the thing about me is that, like, I looked at myself at the same way. Like, okay, I got my face on the logo. Now, with that being said, is that I control my business, and so I control the face.
Yeah.
And so you can't make millions of dollars off my face and me not get most of that majority of that money. I think that's the difference between what I see from the past to where it is now in the future. Yeah, we're putting our faces back on logos, but we own the face now. And I think that's big.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. That makes a whole lot of sense. I didn't think about it that way.
So yeah, I just love talking about Seamoss. Anything that's got to do with Seamoss, I'm into it. I really want to watch the younger generation take Seamoss to a whole nother level. That's really what I'm waiting for. That's really what I'm prepared for. I know we're going to do certain things with it, but there's going to be some young cats that are going to come and just blow this out the water. Like, they're going to have, like, their minds are totally different than what we are. To be honest, we're dinosaurs, so we think a certain way, and there's nothing bad about that, because you need dinosaurs. You need somebody that's setting the groundwork. But these young cats is gonna come in. Oh man, I can't wait.
They're gonna be flying over to Jamaica and St. Lucia on jet skis, and they're gonna do something.
What they're gonna do? They're gonna be making stuff that we can not even possibly imagine. Like, these young cats is just on a whole nother different level as far as their thought process and how they do certain things. Like, they're gonna be coming up with biofuel and all type of stuff for the Seamoss. Like, it's gonna be on a whole nother level that people aren't gonna be able to really, really consciously wrap their heads around. But I know our young generation, like, matter of fact, I just see somebody, a young cat that I know, Maroon Benji, that just stopped here. He's one of them young brothers as well. Very smart, very articulate. I met him when I was at my warehouse with my assistant. Like, young gentlemen like him, they come through and start really, really focusing on Seamoss. It's a whole nother level to the game.
It is.
Like, it changes up everything. That's what I wait for. I wait for, like, he's like, I'm just waiting to pass the torch to somebody that wants to just run it and take it over. That's right. What I'm here for.
Well, McBride, tell me about this. Now, I can't get the concept of the powder wrapped around my brain.
Okay.
Now, is it better to take it in jail as far as body consumption?
I would say jail is actually probably the quickest way to
absorb.
Yeah, it really gets into your system quickly. That and a tincture will get into your system very quick. Like, okay, so what I would describe the powder or a capsule for is for people that really don't have issues. They have their issues under control. Like, you say you're diabetic and your blood sugar going up and down. Like, once you get under control, the way you maintain it is with a powder or a capsule. It's like a dietary supplement. It's like a multivitamin. Okay. So you maintain it that way. Now, if you say that you're sick and you need that rapid, let me get this out my system quickly, I always would go with gel first. And I would tell people, if you're actually feeling a certain way where you're feeling sick or anything of that nature, go with a gel. Knock this thing out in like 2 weeks to a month, and then move over to a capsule or a powder that you can take daily to keep it going without actually going crazy.
So how important do you guys think it is to switch up the Seamosses? Go from purple to gold, spectrum, go from, kind of just mix it up.
Very important.
Very important. I think that's another situation that you want to look at as far as, especially with the changing of seasons. Changing the seasons, you're going to want to go with something stronger. You're going to go with a purple. Like, right now, for women, I always say women need to be on green, Because, you know, you want to get back outside, you want to lose that extra weight, and that green is going to flush you out. It's like chlorophyll.
It's going to detox.
Yeah, it's going to detox. It's going to cleanse your body. It's going to flush you out. If you're feeling like the gold isn't really working like you need it to, or you just kind of got flatline,
you can get too used to it. Your body can get too used to it.
Hit that multi up. Get that multi in your system. Like, that multi is going to do wonders for you. And then you can go back to the gold, because the gold is always going to do what it's supposed to do. However, you just don't want to switch it up a couple days. Get a little bit something different in your system, then come back.
I figured that out on my own.
Yeah, it's a process. It's a process that you go through. Like, the more you take Seamoss, the more you say, okay, well, I see what this is going to like. I didn't expect green to do what it did to me. Like, I'm be honest with you.
Julien, the first one sent me green.
Yeah, I didn't expect green to do what it did. Green, man, had me clear me out.
It clean you out, baby. I'm glad I work from home.
But in a good way. It was a good way.
Man, when you like, man.
But you know what? I got so many different varieties of Seamoss. I didn't have no damn choice but to switch them up and try different ones.
I definitely feel you on that. So, how do you like your Peruvian Seamoss?
That's my number one go-to.
Now,
that's my number one. You know, y'all got a favorite.
Yeah.
That's what I sell. That's what I sell.
My question is, because, like, it's sometimes it's hard for me to wrap my head around gold Congress Christmas.
Really?
But I understand that you can have it if it's in warm water.
I love it, man.
If it's a warm water Congress Christmas, I can see it. However, like the colder water Congress Christmas, I haven't really seen anything besides purple and cold water Congress Christmas.
So what if you think Peru is more cold water?
No, I think it's warm water.
But what if they tried to bleach it in Peru and they didn't try to bleach it in Ireland?
I wish I could show y'all the guy I get it from.
That's more with the warm water situation, is that, like, the water's going to be, if you could actually sit it out and bleach it, then that means that you have sun.
Yeah. Peru
has
lots of sun.
If you have sun, then that means that the Seamoss, even when it's in the water, is going to be a little bit warmer. And so I can see it changing that way. So that's why I say warm water Seamoss, like, it's going, like, I can see it being gold. Like, I know that there's some Congress Christmas in Africa that you can get gold.
Okay.
But once you get up to Maine and Ireland,
yeah, it's cold.
Yeah, it's cold, and it may be a situation in the summertime you might be able to get some, but I think the closest I've seen is some green with a little bit of gold in it. But I haven't seen anything that's just completely gold when it comes to gold.
I wish you guys could meet the guy that I get it from. He got a drone, and he flies a drone, and they take the boat, him and just 2 or 3 people, and he does all this stuff, man. You guys probably know him. It's not possible for you not to know him. Yeah. But whatever the case, this dude is eating different fruits. He got the candles. He go and dive and come back up with it in his hand and bite it. It's just phenomenal, man. And when he's seeing it, man, it's airtight. It's airtight kilos. And with all the Spanish all over man, it's just the experience.
You know what?
I'm wrapped up in the whole experience.
Speaking of condoms, I gotta get, now let me ask you a question, because I know you got some purple from Peru, and you just got some from Rory as well.
Oh, Rory got some good purple.
Now, Julien talks about the cleanliness of Rory's purple and how clean it is. Like, you don't have to do really anything. Like, you can just take it like that. And like, but I seen Rory talk about it as well. Like,
Rory
you don't have to do anything with it.
Very good. But my purple clean. Y'all didn't see me do a video. I said, this is mine. This is my actual Seamoss that I sell. You see that clean purple? Yeah. Julien, you always talk about how dark mine is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, Rory ain't gonna lie, man. That shit, listen, can I cuss?
Yep.
Yep.
Fuck yeah.
Fellas,
fucking right you can.
Did y'all get some of that shit?
No, I haven't got it yet.
You can't barely blend it. That shit'll tear your blender up. I said, man, what is this shit? And it took a while, and I kept fighting with it. When I got it smooth,
Julien just be eating it, and that's why I know.
Hey, that's some good shit, Julien. Seriously, bro, that's some really good shit.
No, I ate it one time. One time I ate it.
You gotta know Seamoss to know that shit, though.
Yeah.
You gotta really know Seamoss to appreciate that shit Rory Crumb got.
Yeah, I don't even buy the Condor's Pistis, and I appreciate the quality of that Seamoss.
You smell it? Smell it, Julien.
It is. I smelled it already, man.
I just was smelling that shit I said, man, I had to make a post. How did he run into that, man?
It's his. Like, that's his.
That's crazy.
Like, he owns that land. Like, really, the funny thing is, like, I actually want to get that and just turn it into a powder.
Like, you got to get that shit. But, you know, he charging for it. Rory charging for that shit.
Oh, I know he is. He got it. Now, somebody asked, have you ever tried Jamaican Seamoss before? Yes, I have. I haven't tried it recently, though. Okay, so this is the thing. There's an old Jamaican Seamoss and there's a new Jamaican Seamoss, I would just say.
I don't like the new one.
Now, you probably wouldn't like the old one, really, to be truthful with you. The old one, Jamaican Seamoss, is kind of like the Seamoss that you actually seen that was thicker and had the salt that was kind of looked like it was bunched up.
Why do they got the salt on there, McBride? What's the salt about?
The salt is just like when you don't dry it completely, and a lot of times with Jamaican Seamoss, they weren't drying it completely. They were just getting it off the water, and once it turned to a dryness that they could actually put in a bag and thought it was feasible, they would send it over. Because to be honest with you, they were getting more for like they were charging $12 per pound, but you weren't getting the yield that you were getting with St. Lucia Seamoss. Because with St. Lucia Seamoss, you were actually getting 16-ounce jars per pound. With Jamaican Seamoss at that time, you might get 16-ounce jar per pound because it was still thick. It was like almost the Seamoss that they call fake almost, and it's not fake. It's just that they just weren't drying it all the way. And at that time, when I first started, they didn't need to dry it all the way because there was no competition. People were going, and the thing about it was, and this is the thing that a lot of people don't understand, but it was actually good Seamoss. Like, it wasn't nothing bad about it. Like, it wasn't like today, if you would bring that same Jamaican Seamoss out, people were like, no, that's fake. And no, that used to be the Jamaican Seamoss that you used to get all the time.
What is it, Julien?
So, see this here? This is the salt crystals that were formed inside this glass. What I did was I put the salts in the water and I left it here. And so the salt actually formed, the crystals started growing all up along the glass like this. So this is how this moisture is, because I just kind of left it. But this grew in the bottom. So you see how big these crystals are and stuff?
Man, you guys chemists, man. You better not touch crack. You guys will be the whipped kings. Hey, y'all will be whipped kings, man.
Well, you gotta know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the salt that comes from the Seamoss definitely, like, there's nothing. It's all natural. It's just that when it dries, like, it's trying to dry in the bag, and so that moisture, actually, the salt kind of comes together, and so like with our Seamoss that's super dry, you might see some salt at the bottom that look like dry salt. But if you were actually take a bag of that Seamoss from Jamaican Seamoss from back in the day, it looked like it was big clumps of salt. And it's just because the moisture that's in the bag and the moisture of the Seamoss was a lot more as far as what it is today. Now, and this is just my opinion, and I think I'm pretty much correct on this, is that St. Lucia took over the Seamoss industry because of that situation, because you're getting more yield out of a pound St. Lucia Seamoss than you were out of Jamaican Seamoss. Like, I have a lot of Jamaicans that started buying from me because of the yield process. Like, they're seeing that, I can get 16-ounce jars instead of getting 6 16-ounce jars, even though I'm paying $12 a pound.
But hold on, guys. Talk to me for a minute. If you take 2 ounces, if you got a 16-ounce of dry, you take 2 ounces, that yield almost 2 pounds wet.
Yeah. But
so what do you mean 16-ounce jars? You know how many 16-ounce jars I get out of a pound? It'll blow your mind.
No, you can, but see, that's the thing, you can stretch it even more because of the dryness of the Seamoss. Like, and that's what people don't understand. It's the dryness of the Seamoss that is allowing you to stretch it. Like,
I put it in the video, 2 pounds, and I got about almost 2 ounces came to 2 pounds almost.
Yeah. Like,
and it's only 16 ounces in a jar.
It'll blow your mind how much you can, like, really, I've done tests that show, like, it always locks up. Like, I can take 1 ounce of the dry Seamoss and make 32 to 40 ounces of gel.
That's right.
It's gonna lock up. Like, and that's what people are on. That's the only thing they're really looking for now. Does it lock up?
That's right. They don't like it liquidy.
Yeah, but
the liquid is good. They don't realize that.
I
good shit.
I can't make the liquid.
The liquid, the barbershop, they got.
I tried it.
I got one barbershop, man, another barbershop. They told me, man, they did not like the liquid. They think it's watered down. I said, no. I know what I put in that shit. It's just spring water and Seamoss. And for some reason, it just was liquid. I don't know why. I couldn't get it to go solid, but I got it now. I just had to add more Seamoss, which I didn't want to do, but that's what I had to do.
See, I haven't got to a point yet, and I might experiment a little bit later because I don't have nothing else to do. But I might just go ahead and see if I can do 48 ounces and one ounce of Seamoss.
One ounce Seamoss it should be able to get you close to a pound.
Yeah, it probably do. It might do more than that.
You know what they lied and said that you could take 2 ounces wet and make a jar. You can't. It'll be watery. I'm talking 2 ounces wet, guys, not dry. You know, if you soak 2 ounces dry, that shit'll come to almost 2 pounds. If you soak it overnight, I'm talking about when it's already
never waited.
This is the crazy thing is that I've never measured Seamoss wet.
Never?
I never measured Seamoss wet. I've only
I sell jars of gel. That's why.
Yeah, so that's what you know how I do my jars is I take 1 ounce of the dry and I'll make a jar with 1 ounce of dry.
You will make a 16-ounce jar with a 1 ounce dry?
Yeah.
That's insane.
You want to know that's insane? Like, it's so thick and it's so potent.
But it's too insane. It's insane. Because you can take I always do 2. I always start off with 2 ounces dry. I don't know why.
So how much do you make with 2 ounces of dry? Like, how many jars do you make with 2 ounces of dry?
I did a video with your Spectrum. I did 2 ounces dry. That shit came out to almost 2 pounds wet.
No, but so how many jars did you end up doing? Like,
man, shit. I got 32 right here. So what's that? 6 times 6 is 36. So right here is 32 ounces alone. It was still. I've been taking.
Wow.
This is the big ninja. I gave my mother-in-law, she needed 2 jars. My wife took her 2 jars. That's a whole nother 32 ounces, right? 16 a jar, right?
Yeah.
So that's 2 more jars. And I did something else. Let me think, man. Yep, I had a little, you know, there's 3 components to the Ninja. So I had the little baby one, which is, I think, 12 ounces.
Okay.
And then I think the middle one is 16 and the big one is 32. So, yeah, that's how much I had off of your 2 pounds. 2 ounces, just dry.
See,
you want to see how this look? I wish you could see it. It's thick. Let me see. One moment. I don't know if you can see that shit.
Yeah, I can see it.
You see that shit?
Yeah.
So that ain't light, my nigga. Oh, I mean, my man.
Yeah, you good? Yeah, that's thick.
And I don't mind mine being like this, but I know customers, they don't like it. They don't like when it's they want it stiff.
Yeah, like, and this is the crazy thing is that I kind of like that more than I like it with like when I make mine, it's like a rock. Like,
yeah, you put
so
1 pound. You put
like
1 ounce
before I put it in the refrigerator. It's already locked up.
But McBride, you put 1 ounce dry in 1 16-ounce jar.
Yes,
it ain't possible.
It is possible.
They'd have bust that damn jar.
It is possible. Like,
man, that shit blow up, man.
The thing is, like, once you put that 1 ounce in, and I let it blow out, I let it balloon up.
No, you got to do this.
I let it sit out for like 8 to 10 hours, and once I let it sit out for 8 to 10 hours, I'll go ahead and you don't really you can do the research on it. Do the research on it, and just put 1 ounce in, and then take your blender. Like, once you put the 1 ounce in and you cut it up and everything, you put it in your blender, it's going to measure out to be 16 ounces as far as the top, like where it's going to be on your blender. It's going to be right at the 16-ounce mark.
And the only thing you gotta do is
soak. And the only thing you gotta do is pour the water and top it off with water. That's it. It's gonna like when I say it's like
I ain't doing that shit.
Like
I'll lose money doing that.
When I say it's like clockwork, like I don't even have to measure nothing anymore. I just take 1 ounce out. I wash it off. I let it soak. I let it soak for 8 to 10 hours. Once I let it soak for 8 to 10 hours, I come back, I cut it up, I put it in the blender. It's already at 16 ounces. I don't even have to look at it no more. I just pour the water in. And I get it, like I pour water in to where it tops off, like right where the Seamoss is. Right? So as long as it covers it, hop on the blender.
McBride, let me tell you.
It goes 16 ounces. It goes 16 ounces like exactly.
It ain't gonna work. If I take 2 ounces, which I do, that's my go-to, and I soak it overnight, that shit comes to almost 2 pounds of Seamoss in a big blue fucking bowl.
I know.
I weigh it, I grab it, and I rinse it, and I put it in the scale again. And for each jar now, everybody complained at this one barbershop. Out of all the barbershops I go to, there's one. They fucking complain so fucking much. So now I do 4 ounces each jar. But we're talking 4 ounces wet out of the pound that creates overnight. You're taking 1 pound, 1 ounce, soaking it, and putting it in 1 jar, McBride.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Crazy with it.
You see, you got it like that, though. You know, you living like a king. You know, you like the weeds, man, but you smoke. So you got pounds and shit.
He's like swimming. He's like swimming.
The crazy thing is, like, I barely take gel. If you look at my refrigerator right now, I probably have about 20 jars of gel in my refrigerator.
With 1 pound in each one?
Like, no, it's only 1 ounce.
I mean, with 1 ounce in each one.
Yeah,
I keep going. If I say pound,
but okay, this is the crazy thing is, like, I have to check these, because remember when I was doing that, when I was making that gel from the powder?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I still actually have that gel in the refrigerator, and when I look at it, it still looks like it's brand new.
Is it stiff?
It's like, if I put my spoon in it, it's going to get stuck at the top. Like, bing!
See, that's like, you know, it's supposed to at least be like jelly.
No, mine don't even be like
that. You know,
jelly.
when you open up a nice bottle of jelly in the beginning when you first open it, that's how it should look.
It looks like that until you stick your spoon in it, and you like, and it's like you gotta carve out the.
Yeah, that's your shit. But you know what? You take one of your jars, if you give it to me, and I will make 4 jars out of that.
I'm guessing like that.
I'll put it back in the blender with some spring water and make 4 jars out of your shit.
Now, see, these are people. What's up, Sean? Okay, so Sean said 1 ounce raw makes 16 ounces of gel. See, I'm telling you.
What do you say?
1 ounce of raw makes 16 ounces of gel.
Hey, you can come and talk. You can unmute your mic, son. He's listening on
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse.
Hey, maybe that's why I'm making so much money. Milwaukee don't know.
What's up, son?
Because, no, I don't do that. That's insane.
Yeah, like, that, like, I'm trying to figure out to where I don't have it at the point where it's locking up. Like, I want mine to look like yours, but I can't. Rich Beauty. You know the girl from Rich Beauty?
Rich Organic Beauty?
Yeah, Rich Organic Beauty.
Yeah.
She thought of the theory that you take 2 ounces wet per jar, but that didn't work for me. I got to do 4 ounces wet for my customers, because my customers crazy. But I can't give them what you giving them, because that would be crazy, you know. And that'd kill my kilo. See, I'm going per kilo. You guys got hundreds of pounds. The crazy thing is, like if I even did that, I'm still making a crazy amount of money. So imagine what I'm doing. That's why I've been fucking broke. You going crazy with it. Like, man, I got solar panels. Man, I put the down payment on it. Yeah, they got started. Hey, they came and got started, man. Hey, you like you whipping a pound into a.
You're like stomping all over that shit.
You whipping a pound into a house, boy.
Yeah. That's why I didn't understand why this dude got 48 jars out of a pound. But I'm telling you this, I don't know why I couldn't understand why people not buying from each other in the group, because I can sell you shit. If I, like you, McBride, you sent me a key, right? I sent you a key. I sent you like 3 pounds. Yeah. So it's 2.2 pounds is a kilo, right? Yeah. I ain't worried about it. I'm drinking some and selling it. I'm just thinking about what you gonna do. Like, I'm selling it in. I'm selling it in. Like, this joke about to make $3,000. Man, about to make $3,000 off of $60. Man, I checked my Cash App and my Venmo, and I checked my PayPal. I said, let me just add up what happened last. And man, that shit was 5K. I said, damn, it blew my own mind. I said, shit, it scared me, man. It scared me. I had to count that shit 10 times. I said, let me get a calculator. I stayed up all night counting it over and over to make sure it was real. And then I could recall making the drops, you know.
It happens so fast. That's how God works, you know what I mean? Like, before you knew it, poof, you know?
Yeah. It's crazy, man. It meant a lot to me. That meant a lot to me. Mm-hmm. It did, man. But I've been doing similar to that all the time. But I never looked at it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just took time to add it up. I just went by the dates. It was awesome, man. It was
Sean's
crazy.
Calling you out. He said, go get your scale, bro, and your Seamoss and show us. You gonna do it?
Yeah, they want to see that. Like, you gonna have people trying it now. Seriously, you gonna have people trying it to see if they can stretch it.
I gotta start weighing.
I never tried to stretch it.
What?
So it's a little bit different on my side. Like, I didn't stay with the same 1 ounce makes 16 ounces. I may go up to 20 on it, but that's about it.
Oh, it looks like you got cut off.
That's as much as I'll go is like 20 ounces, but I don't really try to go any farther than 20 ounces with it. Besides the times that I'm experimenting, like I'll experiment and like I experiment with the powder more than I experiment with the raw. Like so, I might have to experiment with the raw as well to see what happens. But like I know, but this is the crazy thing about it is that the powder, it seems like I can get more. Mm-hmm. Like off that 1 ounce of powder, it's like I might be able to do 48 and still lock up and still be thick. Yeah. Off of 1 ounce, because I think I did 10 ounces for like, it might have been 20 to 28 ounces of, like, yeah. So it was a little bit different.
Well, when you dehydrate the Seamoss, you know what I mean? It gets...
You're getting extra anyway. Like, really, the 1 ounce is really like 1.3, 1.4 ounces. Like, once you start breaking it down.
Yeah, man. That dude said he get once he said he get what now?
Who? Khaled?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Where's Jamari, man? He got to come in. I got to hear more about what you guys doing with that Jarvis Seamoss, man.
All right, but hang on. Sean was asking a question. I think about what you were, was it about the yield that he was getting off the Seamoss?
Yeah, he's like he wanted to see what your scale looked like. He said,
I saw it in the video.
He said, for you to be making that much Seamoss.
Did y'all see the video? I showed the video.
Wow, come on.
I show it literally. What I'm doing.
I got to watch because I never looked to see exactly how much you were putting in.
I put the dry in first, and then I showed the scale number. And then I put words on there, and then the next day, I say overnight soak completed. And then I show it, me weighing it again while it's wet.
Yeah, I gotta see that. I gotta go back and look at that because, like, I know it's possible.
The girl told me that. See, when I first started, after I got scammed, I got a jar of Seamoss from some small company, some small person on Etsy or something. And then I ran into Rich Organic Beauty, and she was able to tell me, she got a little business packet that she sends with her order.
Yeah.
So she said 2 ounces wet for every 16-ounce jar. So that's what I used to live and die by.
Oh, so yeah, that's how she's getting people. That's a good way to put it in. 2 ounces wet
for each jar, but it didn't work. That barbershop didn't like that.
Was it too runny?
It was too runny, yeah. So when I did 4 ounces wet, it got solid.
See, I got it. You know what? I'm gonna have to start measuring this stuff wet because I've never measured it wet. Like
that's the purpose. That's the
measured it. Like I measure it dry, and I just
no, dry is good for selling. If you're selling dry, I can see why you guys so caught up in wearing it dry. Mm-hmm. But when you selling gel, the heart of the whole Seamoss though is the weight of the wet Seamoss. You know what I mean? That's what you yield after you put your lemon and lime and your spring water soak. This is the purpose. This is the source. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I tend to agree with you. Like, if you can stretch it out to that much, I'm all for it. Like, I'm all for it. You make it as much money as possibly can off of it. Like that's
right. I got your stuff right here. Right here. Take
hold on a second. So, where are you lost on it, Sean?
And I want you to weigh it in the morning.
You know what? I'm probably going to do it. I got a whole bunch of it right here that's sitting. I got like 12 pounds sitting right next to me that I need to do something with.
Yeah, that's a lot of Seamoss, man.
Right now.
Yeah, man. Like, I don't even.
Yeah, 1 pound soaking.
Let's see. If I could get the last thing I soaked 2 pounds, I got 14.
Yeah, I just got these bags that sit down.
I got 14
ounces. I'm gonna put them up somewhere.
12.
See now. I think these are 2.5 pounds.
So it's 16 ounces in a pound. And when I'm doing 4 ounces wet, I get 4 bottles out of a pound. At the rate that I'm doing now, my new technique.
Hey, so when you weigh it wet, what do you put it in? You just put it in a bag and put it on the scale, or what? Just putting straight wet on the scale?
You must put it in a bowl. You keep it in a bowl and put it on the scale with the bowl.
Okay, I get a big strainer because you soaked it overnight, so I got to strain it first.
Yeah.
And then I just put the water in another thing because I don't like to get rid of that water. There's a lot of minerals in that water. So I like to put the water in another container, and then I put it back, strained in the bowl it was in, and I grab it inch by inch and weigh it. Just grab it and say, okay, I'm going to do 4. How many jars I'm doing? If somebody wants 2 jars, I just grab 8 wet, and then I blend them up.
Steady. Man,
So I'm breaking it down on a low level. See, y'all selling hundreds of pounds, man. You're not thinking about, I'm not a corner dealer. I'm just supporting.
No, like you almost got me into selling gel. Like I might want to go. I might want to make this bad.
Like,
the way that you talk about stretching it, I'm like, man,
that's $80 a pound, McBride.
Man,
$20 a jar. I sell $20 a jar. I get 4 jars out of 16 ounces wet.
So let me ask you a question. So you making $80 a pound off of wet?
$80 off 2 pound soap. 2 dry pounds. You see what I mean?
No, it can't be 2 dry pounds.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you take 2 ounces out of dry,
that's right.
You're gonna make how many?
I get about 14, anywhere from 12 to 14 ounces wet out of 2 ounces dry. Do it tonight, McBride. I just did it with yours. I swear to God, I just did it with yours, bro. Take 2 ounces dry right now, weigh it, and then put it in lemon and lime and water overnight in a big, nice bowl, and come back in the morning.
Yeah, I got a huge bowl for it.
And weigh it, man. And we gonna talk sundown. And I want you to tell the world that you almost made 2 pounds wet.
The world.
2 ounces dry.
I believe you. Like, this is the thing. Like, I'm gonna do it just because. Hey, I got 2 ounces.
But don't stop there. Don't stop there, McBride. I want you, when you do it, I want you to take 4 ounces wet and start making you some mason jars and see how many you yield.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, the only reason why I don't want to do it because I don't got room in my refrigerator.
That's right. I do them as they order, though.
I hear Crystal in the background. I said I could hear Crystal laughing in the background.
You guys don't believe me, do you?
I got old Seamoss gels back there. Like I don't even know where to put it. Like right now, if I show you my, hold on. If I show you my
sell it to me,
like,
how much would you sell me a jar for?
What's that?
How much you would sell me a jar for? That you got 1 pound in a 16-ounce jar?
No, I got 1 ounce. Like you see,
you got 1 dry ounce.
Like, you see all these jars that I have in here? Oh,
what's the ounce?
You see this right here? Oh, this thing right here. Oh,
what ounce is that, McBride?
That's a 16-ounce jar.
Okay, you got 1 ounce dry in there.
Like I know I got to throw this one out. This one been back here for like probably about 3-4 months. Like I got stuff in here. I got jars over here. Like like it's crazy.
So I'm thinking right here, if you got 1 ounce dry in a 16-ounce jar, how much would you sell it to me for?
Like $10. $10? Yeah.
Man, I'll take that jar and make 40.
Like truthfully, like
I'll make at least 3 jars off that 1 jar.
I'll be honest with you. Like I was gonna sell gel for because I was gonna go in with a health store, and so I was just gonna fill up the refrigerator. And I was gonna sell gel, and I was only gonna have $7 for an 8 ounce and $10 to $12 for a 16 ounce. Like,
oh my God!
Like, you gotta understand. Like,
hey, I sell $20 for a 16 ounce, and they think it's heavy.
Like, okay, so this is another thing. I'm gonna break it down to you. Like, Atlanta is a whole nother different level of you gotta get it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you in Atlanta, like, you can get gel around the corner anywhere almost.
Oh,
it feels like it. Like, there's not like a monopoly on the game when it comes to. And the reason why I know that is because I sell a lot of Seamoss in Atlanta.
Okay. Ain't none here.
See, yeah, like, I probably sell about 50 to 100 pounds a week in Atlanta alone.
Wow. You know, it was a dude selling the barbershop steels, tablets. I came and swept him out the map. I was taking Seamoss when I ordered from y'all in the group in different places over time, and just showed them what it looked like. They said, "Where is it from?" Morocco. You know me, I can talk shit, guys. Y'all might not know that. I said, "Nigga, this from Morocco, my nigga. Smell it." And the pill dude couldn't survive. I put him out of business.
And yeah, as long as you gotta understand something. got a good product and you got a good and you can sell, like that's what people don't understand, that if you can sell, this is a game for you, because as soon as they take it, that's all you gotta do. You just gotta have them take it, and you gotta have them take it at least 3 times. If they take it 3 times, if you give them an 8-ounce jar, if you get them an 8-ounce jar and they take the 8-ounce jar, you got them locked in. Because it's not about, like, what a lot of people don't understand, it's not about what you feel like when you take it, is when you're not taking it, how you feel.
That's right.
And so once you stop taking it and you're like, I feel off, and then you start to realize it's the Seamoss that had me level, that had me bounce, that had me doing certain things that I forgot that I could do. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a lot of things that kind of gets us back to where we're supposed to be at. And so once you stop taking it, like now, it's bad because I have to incorporate it with almost everything I do. Like half of my food has Seamoss in it.
Hey, how much you charge me for that? What you sent me? You sent me 3 pounds, McBride?
Yeah.
How much you charge me?
I think I charged you like $60. Like
Man,
you caught it on the best sale ever. Like that's why I'm like, I wish everybody would have took advantage of that sale, because it's almost like you could have took a couple ounces out and it would have made, like, you would have made it back.
I made it back quick, man.
Yeah, like you didn't even really have to bust open the bag to make it back.
My mother-in-law came. My wife was going to a concert to see Babyface in Chicago. He came this Saturday.
Yeah.
And so my mother-in-law was out in the car. So my wife, when she had to drop her off, they just went up to Chicago. We from Milwaukee, so we're an hour from Chicago. So they went over there for the concert, her and her mom, and then she picked up a few jars of Seamoss for me, since she was going to be with my wife. And I got my money back from you off my mother-in-law.
See, like that's what people don't even understand. I was trying to show people so much love. Like, okay, if this is, because I had so much extra multi that I wasn't gonna really do nothing with. And so instead of me just doing nothing with it, then I was like, man, let me give it to people so they can really, really feel how this multi will affect them. Some people took advantage, and I thank them for that, because I know it kind of helped their business out, and then other people wanted to take advantage. I don't even know what happened. I'm like, okay, y'all just missed it. You gave it to me for $60, Yes.
Like Kata.
We take 4. It's like, nah, bro, $60.
Like, you gotta understand, and it's $60 with shipping included. Like, it wasn't like you had to pay for shipping.
Man, that was stupid of me. You ain't got no more, dude.
I got a whole bunch. I just stopped that sale because it was really a sale that I just dropped the price to where I was just making my money back.
I should have got 3 of those.
Like, I really wasn't trying to make money off of it. I was just saying, okay, I have this extra multi. I just want to make my money back and let people try this multi out. Like, that was the biggest thing. Like, I still have it for a crazy price. I think I got it for like $89 right now. But it's still, to get it for $59, $60. Yeah,
that market had you going to the toilet too.
I was like, man, y'all must not trust me the way y'all supposed to be trusting me right now.
What you got, Julien? What you got, Julien?
What's going on, man?
What on with the gang?
I'm here. You heard the multi-special. You're like, let me get on this live here. What was this price you said? Oh, that.
I wish I could show y'all right now. Hey, I got it right here. Where your scale at? Hey, man, please listen to me. Take 2 ounces dry right now and pour your spring water in the bowl and put it in the bowl right now. And in the morning, I want you to record it. Record yourself weighing it, what it turned into. I got you right here. And then I want you to picture 4 ounces in each bottle, each 16-ounce mason jar, and see how many jars you come up with.
So if I take this out right now, it's gonna be 2 pounds.
How long have you soaked it? Is it overnight?
Nah, I've been soaking about for
now wait that. Fuck it. Take it out now. Take it out now, baby. Wait that real quick for us, man. Man, I'm finna wait in red now for you on live. Hey, look at us. We the best, man. They don't know us, do they, man? They messing with some real hustlers right here.
I'm loving it.
He can do it. How many jobs? 2 with 1 out? Man. Like you see that. Hey, we've been whipping for a long time, fellas. Y'all know this ain't nothing.
Julien, that ain't the only thing you've been snacking on.
I know. What he wants to know.
He said he really good. I gotta go down in the dungeon now. Y'all making me go in the dungeon, man. Y'all ain't get ready. Y'all making me go down in the dungeon, man. Y'all see layers. All sorts of niggas see layers. Hey, check this shit out. Y'all see all that shit? Hold on. Y'all see that shit? It's like fine. Y'all, this a full kitchen in my basement, y'all.
That's like my job.
That's right. It's a full kitchen in my basement. Check this out. It's a back crawl space. Oh, he lied like. Look at that. Oh, think y'all see this? Look at this.
You know what? Sometimes I think I'm bad, but you know, man, you almost got me.
Hey, bro.
You almost got me.
I gotta lie, y'all. A whole basement. Good.
I got a basement and I got another basement.
Now look at this. This is my stove. I ain't took the stove apart yet. Look, guys, the stove hasn't even been taken apart yet. Look what's on top. Seamoss. Look at Julien. Julien in there. Look at this. Look at you. Look at my bride.
You ain't even touch that bag. What are you doing?
Hey, look at this. Rory Crump. Look at Rory Crump.
You ain't even touch that bag.
Hey, I took 2 ounces, I told you. It's 2. Look, it's open. You see it written? It's written.
I'm looking at the bag like, bro, you ain't even really touched it.
It's written like, right, look.
I see that, but I'm looking like, okay, bro,
I took 2 ounces. Just 2.
You probably got like, man, you got 2.5 pounds left.
I took 2 out of there, man. I got that big old jug up there.
And you gave your mother-in-law some.
Yeah.
Boy, yo, man.
Hey, how many grams you say gonna be with? What you got there?
It's supposed to be like a pound. You might get a pound out
It should be at least 12 ounces. Out that 1 pound, if I do 2, I get about 14. If I do 2 ounces, I get about 14 pounds. 14 ounces, which is almost 2 pounds. So with 1, you should get at least 12 ounces, dude.
We're really ending the debate now that everybody wants to know, like, how much the dried works out to how much wet.
How much is it?
I don't know. It's funny because I get that question a lot, but I never bothered to find out.
All you got is 8 ounces out of the 1 ounce. Yeah. I think. How long it soak? You said 4 hours? Yeah. You might need to soak it overnight. But that's still good.
It could even be the bowl you're soaking it in. Listen, it could even be the bowl you're soaking it in with the amount of water.
That's right. You got to make sure them bowls are big. It ain't full up all the way. Yeah. I think it's going to be 12. If I get it wrong, guys, y'all look over what I'm saying.
Well, if you get it wrong, we're banning you from the group. I'm just fucking with you.
I think it's going to be 12 ounces though, off that one. 10, 12. If I can get 14 off 2. What you consider an ounce? I know it's different in different states. No, man, the ounce, that ounce the same in every state, my nigga.
Hey,
28 grams.
28.
Hey, my bride, 28 grams, my nigga. Hey, look. I'm from Mississippi, man, so we'll do some tracking on everything.
Yeah, I'm in Toronto. But I'm going to be in St. Lucia soon.
I know.
And there was a sale, so we got the tickets first class for almost the same price. It was like $100 more than what we would pay normally. So, yeah.
Y'all hearing that echo?
Huh?
Are y'all hearing the echo?
Income?
No, I don't hear anything.
Oh, it must be.
Yeah, no echo. But yeah, so we're gonna fly first class. Even my dad. So the whole family's gonna go
The
down.
whole family's going. See, I know I gotta give you 2 weeks in because I know you need the 2 weeks in before.
Yeah, before the family comes.
Before you can come out.
Yes. Yes.
So what I might do, I might end up trying to meet you at the end of June.
All right.
And come down for like a week or so. I talked to my film guy about it, and he just told me to set up the days, and so I might come down with him.
All right. If you even want like a guest house place to stay in, you know what I mean? That'd be a good price. That's what I'm saying.
I don't even want to stay in a hotel. I want to be in somebody's house on a couch.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how
Well, I would say come.
Get the whole feeling. Like I'd rather pay somebody to sleep on their couch than pay for a hotel. I need to get the whole effect.
Mm-hmm.
I need everything.
Well, I'll set you up with a guest
I
place.
want to wake up to real cooking,
Mm-hmm.
all that good stuff. Like I want to wake up to a dog in my face. Like all that stuff that you don't get when you at a hotel. I want that.
I hear ya.
I'm not a hotel person. Like I like to be on somebody's couch.
Mm.
And like I may do one night at a hotel so I can just sleep off all the stuff I've been doing.
All right. Well, we'll set something up.
Like, I'll be in St. Lucia, like in the streets.
Mm.
Like
Roaming around,
exactly. Try to find something.
Yeah.
Find something good. Hopefully nobody knows me like they fried.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I might be up in the waterfall or something.
Man, I can just think of all the stuff I can do over there. I'm gonna have a ball.
Oh, we're gonna turn Ashton into an alcoholic. All the parties we go to.
Mess around, get a ticket, and follow my ass over there.
Man, you said it don't take number like what, $1,000?
What?
Get like a full round trip and then take care of everything that you need.
Probably because how much is the airfare?
I don't know who said that. Was that you or somebody else that was on the line?
Probably. Well, I know this. Like a guest house, a one bed. Like if you wanted to stay there for a month, you could rent a place there for like 700 EC. And so that 700 EC would work out to be like maybe $300 or $400 US, because it's 2.56. So say 2.5. You know.
Oh yeah, man! I seen they was doing like a you can do a down payment plan too. You can pay by the you can take out a loan or something like that. You can pay payments
For what?
to take the trip over there.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you can do like you can pay up front, or you can do like an increment of payments and stuff like that.
Yeah, to say definitely you stay at one of those resort stuff. You know what I mean? But like a guest house or like a rental place, you could get fairly cheap, like a furnished like apartment, and that would be like just outside of town or something like that. Like if Ricky would come down or someone, we'd put you guys close to us. I'd say come stay at my place, but I'll be honest, bro. I live in we rough it there. Like there's no running water at my house. I shower outside.
That's where I'm trying to be where that's at.
Okay, so
I want to be in a house.
yep.
I want where I need to be having dirt road. I need to have some wild animals walking by.
Then come stay with me. If you're okay with like using a bucket and a hose to shower, let's do it. Because that's real talk. That's how I shower down there.
I'm country from Iowa,
Okay. Okay. Listen, you got to remember, I'm saying a guess. Like, I want to make sure you're okay, you're comfortable. But yeah, we rough it there. It's like camping.
I wouldn't feel right if I wasn't rough.
Yeah. Who said Earth Warrior? He said you can check out my Seamoss. I wonder if he's in St. Lucia. How's he gonna check out your Seamoss?
Hold on, I'm about to look him up though.
Yeah. He says, do you sell weed soap?
No, this is a crazy thing. Like, I actually had some. Like, I actually made some weed soap.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
But okay, this is the thing. It didn't have no THC in it, but I actually have a weed fragrance. Yeah, I know that. It smells just like it. Man, I still might have it over here. Hold on, let me check. You could have them stoves. You didn't know Kona 2-man stoves. Yeah. I still do have it over here. It's just strange, boy. What's the name of it? I ain't even named this shit. Like, I just would, because I actually have the mold too. So, what is it? What is it, McBride? It's really, it's like it's
cannabis soap.
Bar. Yeah, but when I say it smells like that gas, it smells like that gas. You take a shower with it? I've never even touched it. It's been like, matter of fact, I got another one over here that you're gonna make me use it tomorrow. Hey, I tell you, how much for that one, McBride? Man, I be experiment, man. I don't never put no cost. I want to try you. Come on, McBride. Y'all gotta come up with that like that.
Yeah, how you tease a guy like that, Brian?
You gotta come up with something tonight, man. What'd you say, McBride? How much for that?
If I was, I'd give this to you for like $10. Put that in the bag. Let's talk a little more.
Done.
Okay, let's check it out, McBride.
I'm gonna make you a batch. I'm gonna make you about 6 to 10 of them.
Well, I'll take that one first. How about you give me another bag?
I'm getting a little light here smelling this thing.
Hey, that's what I said.
Hey, but you know what though? I really wanna. You know what? Like I could really make it for you because I can make some butter, bro.
I just want to take a shower with it.
Like, I don't want to oil real quick. Like I can make some coconut oil, use coconut oil and some THC and fuse that thing up real fast for you, and then make a soap out of that thing. Like
I just want to try that one you got. I don't want to sell it. I just want to take a shower with that sucker.
That thing is right.
Powder with Seamoss gel with your soap.
Powder.
Use powder. You use powder with the weed too?
We ain't gonna get into that. I'm still.
Listen. All right, hey, McBride.
Like I can actually make you a ginger that actually has weed with Seamoss infused. Like
that's crazy.
I did it. You know what I'm saying? Like my little
McBride, sell me another one of them.
I'm gonna show y'all something. Like I'm gonna show y'all something real quick.
You gonna buy everything?
I'm gonna show you a little machine that do a whole bunch. Hold on. See this machine right here?
Oh yeah.
That infuses the Levo. Infuses a whole bunch of stuff. Like you actually have this little pouch right here that you put you can put rain in, you can put Seamoss in it, you can put a little bit of anything, and then you pop it right in here, and then you put your butter or your oil or whatever you want to put in there, and it only takes like 2.5 hours to infuse. After that, man, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Like,
what's the name of it?
It's called the Levo 2. Levo.
Yeah.
So how do you find that?
Yeah.
I was trying to make some butter one day.
Where did you find it at, McBride?
What's that?
Where did you even find it at?
I found it online. I was trying to make some butter one day, and I was like, man, let me find some. And I was gonna get the magic. It's called something called like the magic something.
Magic butter.
Yeah, magic butter. I was gonna get the magic butter, but then somebody hit me on to it. You know me, I'm one of them people that I investigate everything, and so I'm looking online, and I seen the Levo pop up. And when the Levo popped up, and they said
with the soap. Matter of fact, I give you 20 for your soap as a gesture. A good thing. 20 for the soap. Another deal for the spectrum. What else you got, McBride? Talk to me for a minute.
I'll send you another £3. I got you. Cause I got.
And the soap, one of the bars.
I put it in there for you.
Okay, what else you got that I would like? One of those jars. Give me one of those jars, McBride. I just want to see what that looks like, man. I might not know it.
I'm not gonna send you a jar. I'm gonna make you a Bombay tonic.
What the hell is that?
Your wife's gonna love you afterwards. Real talk, your wife is gonna love you.
Hey, you see that gray, right? You know,
like I'm telling you, you don't like. It's gonna feel like the first time you made the first child.
Hey, but I got 10, man. So hey, he did his job, man.
Yeah, like I'm saying.
Hey, don't be mad. I see him.
It's gonna bring you all the way back.
I say I ain't even mad at you, bro.
Like, it's gonna bring you all the way back. Like,
ooh, look at that.
That tonic? Oh man. Okay, so I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna send that to you. Yeah, it's a whole nother level of it. Like,
but what can I do to get one of them jars? You say you put an ounce. You say you put 1 ounce dry in the 16-ounce jar.
Okay, this is the thing that you know what my problem is. You know why I don't sell gel? Cause I won't mail it out.
Oh, you won't mail it out. Oh.
I won't mail it out. Like,
you gotta freeze it. Just freeze it and make sure it's frozen.
Mail it out. Like, I have a issue with mailings that jump out. Like I don't put my I mailed one out and it didn't go the right way. I said, man, fuck that shit.
I'm like, y'all, man.
I was like, man, I ain't not doing this. I'm just gonna buy a whole bunch of Seamoss and anybody else that wanna make some gel, they can make it, but I ain't doing it no more. Like somebody else can perfect that, and I'm more power to you if you want to perfect sending out the gel. But I'm a perfectionist, and my jump go wrong, and I don't see it how it can be 100%. I'm not with it. I'm like, I'm good on that. Like I mess with everybody else that want to do it though. Like if you want, hey, you got it down pat. I got you.
Well, not everybody's made for doing gel.
What can I do to get you to send me that jar, man?
What's that?
What can I do to get you to send me one of those jars so I can send
it? Come to Atlanta. I send it out.
I guess I can make one.
I'll give you a case of jar.
No, I'm gonna make one. I'm just gonna take an ounce tonight.
I got a whole case. I give you a whole case, a whole 16 ounce. I send you 12 16 ounces of the jar. I give you 12 16-ounce jars if you come to Atlanta.
Well, this is what I do. I'm just gonna take an ounce and do it myself. I'm gonna go to tonight and make one jar.
Womp womp.
Like you have me sitting out, man. You be waiting forever. Like I'd be like, I had that jar sitting right here. I'll probably put it in the freezer and just not do it. Like, I feel better about it.
So we talked about the 3 pounds.
Yeah.
We talked about the tonic. You said you're gonna lift me up for the wife. Plus the soap. What we talking, Big Ryan?
$70.
All right, you're gonna send me an invoice, or how we do it? I can't order that on his email.
Yeah. Cash out me. I'm gonna send you my cash out.
He's not letting you go, bride.
What you got, Julien? Before we go, you got something for your boy?
Oh, what you got?
I don't got nothing, y'all.
Triscuits.
No, I'm looking over there.
What do you got?
Okay.
What do you got? I got that Blue Lotus.
Yeah. What is it?
What is that?
Blue Lotus. Oh,
what you do with it?
What's Blue Lotus? I've never heard of that.
You asked them projecting to different rounds.
I don't even see.
Really?
I really want to ask.
What's that?
I've been looking for ayahuasca for like the last.
Bro. Hey, you talking my language, man.
Yeah, like I've been looking for ayahuasca for the last 2 or 3 years. I was actually wanting, like that was the thing. It was crazy before I got into Seamoss. That's actually like I wanted to start a like a little retreat type, like a resort to where you can do it. You can
Like their treatment.
What is it, bro? Talk to me. What's up? What is it? What's up? What is that? Oh man, it's that wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, have a nice day.
Oh yeah.
It's that.
Hey, how much you sell those for? How much you sell them for? I have fake shit. Hey, y'all killing me right now.
Is that psilocybin?
Huh?
What is that? Mushrooms?
I got, I wish.
Oh.
I wish.
Mm.
I probably wouldn't even get talking to y'all right now.
Yeah.
Projectile.
Look, I had some of that, 88 hertz or 963 hertz playing in the background.
Yeah. And you just be like all bug-eyed looking at the screen like.
I'll be sitting in Indian style, probably doing one of these numbers right.
This is so crazy.
I'm talking about on deep thought, trying to manifest my whole reality. So, manifest my whole reality.
For real. For real.
Crazy. Thanks again. It's really, man, I know y'all got it though, man. I would love to come to y'all house. I know y'all got stuff in that mug.
Come on down to Atlanta.
Oh, you don't want to go to Atlanta, man. You might not make that. Hey, I was just in Dallas 2 Saturdays ago at the Spence fight. The Spence Jr. on the floor, man. I'm on the floor, baby. I swear to God, it was awesome. Nah, I know you'll be a good time, though, bro. You got me rolling. Hey, where you from, man? You from Milwaukee. Milwaukee, oh, okay, yeah. I see, you know what I'm saying? You way around it, for real. Hey, when your birthday? July 16th. Oh, you got a birthday coming up, huh?
Oh well, you're Cancer. You're that explains a lot of things. No, seriously, because you're like a lot like my brother.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, my brother is born on the 15th of July.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
He an awesome dude, is he?
Oh yeah, he's fucking like one of my best friends. And he's just a realist guy, you know what I mean?
Cancer's cool. Oh yeah. One of my best friends, Council. I like the momentum that y'all bring to the situation.
Mm-hmm.
We loyal to our circle. We loyal to our circle.
Yeah.
So.
I gotta stop smelling this soap, man. I'm about to go.
Man, hey, cash at me, man. Don't forget. Cash at me.
I'm gonna put my cash app in the thing, and that's for you. Whoever else wants to send me a code.
Yeah, if you want to send me some money too, I'll have it recorded.
I am not like.
I'm gonna see what else I got.
Don't be acting like y'all don't see my cash app.
I can't see that. Scroll right past it.
Like, I send out gifts.
Hey, do y'all on Instagram? Do y'all get them people that do the forex and the Bitcoin in your inbox?
Man, hold on. Hey, okay, so this is the thing. I was supposed to post this the other day. If you see an ass, you know what's coming right after it.
Out to my career.
If you see some ass on the you know what's coming right after it. One or two ass shots, and then look, then the phone thing like this, or I just made right here. Like you know who they targeted. This Joe don't got no like, y'all stupid. Like, y'all ain't real scammers. I'm like, I need to turn you on to some homeboys that show you really how to. They'll walk up in the chase. Like, y'all won't even walk up in the chase bank. You ain't no scammer if you ain't walking in the chase.
Oh, yeah. They probably got an OnlyFans that show you how to do it.
Man. I thought about going to OnlyFans route when I started seeing how much these women talk about they make.
Man, you know what? It ain't just all about what you think it is, too. They got like...
Exactly. They got a lot of stuff going on. And I'm like, because I seen a couple dudes say, hey, I got OnlyFans. I'm like, you got OnlyFans? He's like, yeah, bro. Like, I'm killing on the OnlyFans. I'm like, nigga. I'm like, I don't even want to know what you're doing. He's like, nah, bro. It ain't like that. It ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, it's like these jokers just giving out some information.
What you think about the Seamoss doing OnlyFans? Information on Seamoss. Right. They charge you now on OnlyFans. You gotta pay to be on them.
Yeah.
Or you gotta pay to be on there now.
Like, it ain't like you just can't get onto somebody's stuff for nothing. Like you got like I can say, hey, I got exotic bosses and have all these, and man, these jokers gonna pay $10 a month.
I do it.
I think you gotta pay to even have an account, man. Any kind of money you get on there, you gonna be taxed. And they taxing on what? They taxing on everything. What they get a percentage, like if you get a dollar amount, they take a percentage, kind of like the credit card machines and all them, the Square and all that.
I guess it's like a new back page. So like, you know, they don't get what they need.
Yeah, Twitter made too much money. For real.
Yeah, you got girls talking about they done made 50 million, 20 million off of OnlyFans. I was like, you?
Man,
like you
great.
man. Like you know what? I'm all for it. Like if somebody paying you, you know, somebody, yeah, I don't even know what to say.
But the crazy thing, porn is free.
Yeah, but it's like
it could be a dude just posting fake pictures of people anywhere. It ain't even gotta be a real person.
It don't. Like that's the crazy part about it. Like I actually talked to some girls that have, like, you know, being out. They said they made a couple $100,000, and they was like, yeah, I don't even get naked. I was like, you don't get naked? I said, niggas paying for that? They're like, yeah, you don't even imagine what Joker's pay for. It's just like Joker's paying for a chance to just get in your inbox.
But see, we married, McRyan. We just don't see. We ain't going through the extreme.
Yeah.
What the hell is that, bro?
Third eye wait.
Oh, I'm scared of that, bro. Y'all know about that Hero Taco? What they call? Yeah. Y'all say good?
No, I
Where
don't.
You get that
but
from?
now I'm about to put it in my Rolodex. What's that called?
It's called Hero Taco. Hero Taco, third eye. Let me see. Can I flip the camera right?
And that's what makes you actual.
Okay, hold on. Just, yes, I got it now.
I mean, it's alright, you know what I'm saying? It's alright. I mean, I ain't really just, full effect of it, but I'm gonna tell you what's gonna make you have those dreams when you almost feel like you in another world living. Now, you know about mugwort?
Yeah.
Now, that mugwort, man, I'm telling you. How y'all learn about all this stuff?
Let me tell you something what happened to me. So, what I ended up having to do, I stopped smoking.
Oh my God. Man.
No, let me tell you something. Julien, you over there laughing at me, bro?
Yeah, no, I'm laughing because the challenge. It's just like this long silence. He's like, oh my God.
I wasn't having a dream for like a good 20. I wasn't having a dream for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And then I stopped
Oh
smoking.
shit, I gotta stop it. I just woke up the whole family.
Like when I say my dreams are crazy, like crazy. But let me tell you something. Like, Julien, I I would say about a week or 2 weeks ago, I smoked and I would have had an out of body experience.
Oh my gosh.
Like I went to a whole nother, like when I tell you, like, cause I ain't smoked in like 2 or 3, I had probably about 3 months, and so I was supposed to. Okay, so what happened was I was supposed to smoke on 420 and got busy. I didn't smoke, so I smoked that weekend, and I told you I might have hit the blunt like 3 or 4 times, and I was in my bed just like this, and I felt like I was just floating on a whole nother level. Like I was, like I started thinking about some stuff, and I started crying to myself. I'm fucking up. It was a whole other different experience. Like, it was on a whole other different level. I was like, oh shit.
That's crazy.
I was like, what my homeboy did for you? Like, you get that gas. What about you, Julien?
What about
last time you had a good smoke?
before the live stream?
Huh?
I said before the live stream. Bro, it sits on my table.
Like, you said when I went off camera?
Yeah, like no. Real talk, I didn't smoke when I was on camera.
Y'all want to know something? I haven't had a drink or a smoke, no bars, no clubs, nothing, no gambling in the streets, 22 years.
Wow.
I'm 48 years old. I quit when I was 25.
Oh,
I
wow.
got married. Yeah, I got married one Friday night. My girlfriend, I said, I'm going to switch my life around. I'm going to the mosque and become Muslim Monday. So we was drinking and stuff that Friday night. So she said, let me go with you. She went. We became Muslim and got married. Yeah, that was that Monday.
That's beautiful.
I never did nothing.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. And this is now, Muslims don't smoke?
They probably do, brother. Don't get me to say that. Okay. You know, human beings is human beings. But we're not supposed to. It's against the Quran. It's against the Quran to take any intoxicants. Unless you're sick. Unless it's for medical, you know.
Yeah, because it messes with your temple.
View weed as an intoxicant?
It alters the thinking. It's just prohibited in Islam.
I think it makes you thinking better, to be honest with you. But too much of anything will actually alter you. So if it's a daily situation that you're smoking, I feel that it's probably going to be an issue.
Well, here's
like
my...
when I smoked this last time, I was like, you know what, I can do this once every two to 3 weeks.
Here's my thoughts about it.
I feel like my dreams, right? And so if I smoke every day, I'm not dreaming no more. My dreams is phenomenal. I'm not gonna
I gotta record this shit, bro. You say you're not dreaming.
Phenomenal. When I say my dreams are phenomenal, like them jumps is out. Like it's like a whole nother TV series. Like I got my own TV series going on in my head. And so I want that. And so I don't want to smoke every day like I used to.
Are you able to control yourself while you're in the dream and know that you're conscious? I am for sure. I'm
actually getting to that point now. Like, man, this is crazy. Okay, so this is what happened. I ended up watching Power. I was watching Power one night. And so when I went to sleep, and that was like the last thing I watched. So when I went to sleep, it felt like I was in the show. And so I was starting to, and I was able to do it with that.
Yeah.
So like it was crazy. I was like, bro, I'm like they shooting at us. They just came to the barbershop. Like I was watching Tommy joint. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was on the and so I started. So I gotta watch what I watch.
And that's why I don't watch TV no more.
See, that's what I started understanding. I don't watch a lot of that's when I started realizing I watch basketball and that may be it. I might turn on, but other than that I'm trying to turn the TV off because it affects your dreams crazy.
Yeah, your subconscious will download whatever you're watching, and then you'll play that back in your dreams. Whatever you're watching,
man, and that it was like I was right there in the show. Like I was going to war and everything.
That's crazy.
Like, what is going on here?
Okay.
It was serious. Yeah, I turned into Ghost for a minute. That's exactly what I was turned into. I was like, I felt sorry for whoever was in that show with me, because I was doing people dirty.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, bro. Wow.
Yeah, funny.
He got some stuff over there, bro. What's that, bro? It's valerian root. Valerian.
Is that blue valerian?
Nah, it ain't the blue valerian. I ain't never heard of the blue valerian, but this is valerian root. You sell that? Nope. This is my new creation I'm about to create. Because I want to create something that where people that want. I want to do something where people can, for lost ones, you know, just like the even the same thing. I want to be able to create a teacher or a tea where you can go and visit like people that you might be thinking about, a lost one, loved one, something like that.
Man, I need to start hanging out with you. You on my stuff right there. I'm trying to tap in.
Man.
I'm trying to tap in as quick as possible.
Man, I'm telling you. What do you think, Julien? You're not saying one word, man.
I'm listening to you guys. I think it's cool.
Like, what do you think about this shit?
Do you hear what I'm hearing?
You have to let that be spoken. As soon as he went out,
Well,
when you went off his
no, I didn't go smoke when I did that. Honestly, I was.
Yeah, dude. Hey, y'all just reinforced me, man. I lost all hope for a minute. Tonight was meant to be. I swear to God, bro. Y'all brought me back to when I first met y'all.
Good.
This show got all type of bags over there. Yeah.
Alright, so
You got stuff that
somebody got like ADHD.
This is what I was doing off camera.
Chamomile.
Yeah, we got the chamomile.
So that's something that, you know, everybody do. Where you order it from, bro? I got a website. It's called Epic Herbs. Oh man, bro.
That's a good one.
I ain't ready for it. I ain't ready for all that, man.
Man, you gotta get ready.
I'm trying to learn Seamoss, man. Man, I'm trying to take
I'm telling you something. What's gonna happen is once you start learning Seamoss, you're gonna want to get into all these other herbs, bro. That's exactly what happens. Like now, I can't stop.
I got spirulina. I got some moringa. Yeah, you guys put me on to that.
Moringa's
Moringa's phenomenal.
Is it Clarina powder? Carolina powder? I forgot the name of that. I got a few things, you know, but yeah. That's how it starts off. You get a few things, then you learn out that work. You just keep buying stuff that work and trying them out. It's hard to keep up with them and use them. I know you got what's name? You gotta get to a capsule maker. That way you can do the capsules, and then boom, you can take them as you go. Mm-hmm. That's right. You don't got to go through so much rigmarole.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta, you can just take them instead of brewing the tea. That's what I found out. I rather get the powders, put them in the capsule maker, then I can just take them as I feel like. I got some horny goat weed powder. Yeah. Horny goat weed.
Yeah, that's some good powder right there.
Yeah, that is some good powder. It is. With Seamoss, that shit powerful. Yeah. You would go all night, won't you? I don't know about this.
I already go all night.
I don't be trying to go all night no more. I got a good 20 minutes of
Yeah, but we gotta stop. There's other people here. I keep forgetting there's other people with us.
You gotta understand something.
So what?
They already know how we gonna talk.
They're doing like a voyeur.
So I'm gonna tell you that pops in my head, I'm telling you. So, like, how they say, it can go any way that you want. We can talk about anything that you like.
Anything.
You're going to understand that.
They said, we don't care.
Yeah.
But all I can say, when your beard get this gray, y'all, check it out. Man, that Seamoss give you a stiff tongue. Hey, I got a good tongue. hey, it's me.
You got them grays, they pop up for nothing.
That's funny. Now, that's
crazy.
not prohibited in Islam, Julien. I can do everything with the wife except the anal. That's the only thing I can't. I can't penetrate. Everything else is mine.
I don't see why you would want to do it that way.
No, I wouldn't want to. I'm saying it's just prohibited in the Quran.
Yeah. And I understand that. I mean, these things that, like, in the Bible and the Quran and stuff, a lot of times people say, like, oh, this and that, like, oh, they're controlling and stuff like that. But this stuff is, like, it makes you a better person. And if being a better person means that I have to be controlled, then fucking, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'd rather be, like, you know, a bad person and uncontrolled, you know?
That's right.
I can still do what I want. People just don't understand the Bible, and that's what, or the Quran, either one. Like, when you talk about the smoking and the alcohol, like, the one thing that comes to my mind is one of the reasons why you don't want to do that is because when you're looking at life on a spiritual level, the more you do things that create space for negative forces to invade in your mind and hold space, it's like, you know what I mean? That's what happens when you drink alcohol. That's what happens when you smoke cigarettes and smoke weed and stuff. Your mind becomes weak spiritually, like vibrationally. And these negative forces, like, dude, I have like 3 people in my life right now where I can tell you right now, I'm convinced that they are possessed by demonic spirits. Like, I have this lady I drive to church, and she tells me stories about how the next door neighbors are, that they have a device that they can get into her head and speak and send her messages, and they're putting smoke next door to try and, like, they're trying to get money out of her or something. And so when I spoke to my pastor, and because I go to this thing on deliverance, sorry to go on this church thing, but he explained about how in this spiritual realm, there's just these forces that are just trying to, like, talk to us, and because they can't control stuff here on Earth, right? So they need us as humans to do that. And so the more we allow this stuff to happen, that's why people are going crazy and stuff. It's because these guys are holding space into their mind. And you can take...
You know, we call those jinn. Jinn.
Mm-hmm.
We call them jinns.
Mm-hmm.
They're a creation that God created before he created Adam.
Mm-hmm.
And when he did create Adam, the angels asked God, because, you know, the angels were created before the jinn. Mm-hmm. The jinn got free will, just like we got. Mm-hmm. In Islam, we believe that the devil, we call him Satan. Well, in English, it's Satan. We call him Shaitan in Arabic. He a jinn. He was created from fire. The angels was created from light, and we were created from the earth. Mm-hmm. And so we got free will like the jinn. And when they created Adam, the angels asked God, said, why would you create one again that would commit bloodshed and mischief? Because of what the jinn did. And the jinn, they got so bad that the devil was so good that he made it to heaven. Because he, out of all the corruption that was going on, he was able to excel in righteousness until he made it to heaven. Now, the reason why the devil went astray, according to Islam, is because when Adam was sitting in the mold, he went inside his nostrils when he was hollowed, and he started lust and desire and evil in him. And so he went to God and said, why would you create one that's going to kill? God said, I know what you don't know, which God meant now that we know. It's going to be a party of righteous humans. It's going to be some humans that repent. And God said, too, if I create a creation, if they don't repent to me and commit sins, I'll wipe them out and create a new creation. Mm-hmm. So the devil said, so God told the devil and the angels to bow to Adam. So you're going to be a vicegerent, second in command. And so the angels bowed, but the devil wouldn't. He said he better than us. He said, I saw the wickedness in him. So he's spending his mission to prove to God that we're wicked. But God knows all things. and he tried to tell the devil to obey me. When I command you, obey me. But he want to prove to God that we so bad that he said, God said, well, I will kick thee out of paradise if you don't obey me. And he said, well, if you kick me out of paradise, grant me respite against Adam and his children. He said, I'm going to attack them from the sides, from the back, and from the front. And I'm going to prove to you that they are no good. And that's why he said, well, you will dwell in the hell fire for eternity. He said, for surely I'm going to bring the majority of them with me. And that's the deal the devil made with God, man. That's deep. And sometimes when you thinking, and you think it's your subconscious, it's not your subconscious, it's the shaitan. Because God granted him able to whisper in the hearts of men. So we got a surah, the last surah in the Holy Quran. We call it Surah Nas. It's where the rapper Nas got his name from. And a lot of Muslims, when we pray, the last chapter, because we pray 2 chapters in our prayers. If you ever see Muslims stand up and they hold their arms folded and they pray. So, Surah Nas, that means chapter in Arabic. Surah is a chapter. It's where God is telling us in the Quran that the devil got the power to whisper in the hearts of men. So when he said, look at that big butt, go steal that money, ain't nobody looking grab. You know, that's the devil a lot of times encouraging us. He has no power to make us do it. He can only suggest it. So what he do is he calls us to go astray. He do. But a lot of times, after he trains us for a long time, we begin to do sins on our own. And we begin to gain a love for this world and become attached to this world and also a lust for sin. So we become slaves to sex, slaves to drugs, slaves to murder and anger and power and money and greed and different things. It's the shaitan. We call him shaitan, but in English it's Satan, you know. And the Satan has offspring, God. So he also has offspring too. So that's a whole other story. That's Islam, you know.
But that's cool. Like, I didn't know so much about Islam. But I see a lot of the parallels.
That's the first time I heard it like that. Well, now, I got a question. Just because we on this chapter.
Yeah.
Is woman more godly than what man is? Because you gotta understand something. So he made Adam first, right? But if I know certain things, is that I know that you prepare everybody else for who's to come to save us, or who's to come that's like, as far as like, okay, so if I'm having a party, everybody's gonna show up before I come, right? Because the party's for me. So everybody showed up before Eve came. Like you prepared Adam for Eve. So is this her party?
Now that's a deep thing. So the whole thing with Eve, and when we say their name, we should say peace be upon them. Like if we say Adam, we say alayhi salam. If we say Jesus, his name Isa in Arabic, we say alayhi salam. May peace be upon him. And may peace be upon him. But whatever the case, Adam became depressed. He didn't know why. So God noticed it. And he just got lonely. But he didn't know none of these things at this time. He didn't have a word for it. He didn't even know how to name the feeling. But he wanted to sleep. And he just wanted to lay around. So God asked him, Adam, he said, what bothers thee? Why does thee lay around and you look so down? And he just did not know why. So God put him to sleep, and from his rib he created Eve. But he created Eve as a helper. And he made the woman not in the same strength of the man. So the woman's heart is probably not even half of our heart. Her brain is not big as our brain. Her strength is not big as our strength. So we are here to protect the women and children. They're under our authority, plus the earth. So no matter how strong that mountain is, no matter how strong that lion is, our intellect and God made us second in command of the dominion. So we can wipe out all lions. We can demolish that mountain. We could create a dynamite and demolish that mountain. So this is our question.
This is my next question. So why do women control men?
Now, women control men because of the sexual
okay, so most of the things that we do are for who?
The sexual urge and also the population of the earth. So the woman is the reproducer of a man bloodline. So that's another thing that causes men to become greedy and look for honor and ego. It's because we want to have children, sons, and we want to have money, and we want to control the world, and women have children. Number one, too, women have sex, the sexual implementation that God put in us. So he allowed Muslims to have 4 wives, because he knows it'll be almost impossible for a man to be faithful to one woman. And it's a great challenge for some men. But in the Quran, it says, if you can take one, take one. But if you can't take one, you have the authority to get 4. So we can get 4 wives. So that way we can become righteous and we don't have to sleep around and do different things like that. So the woman is a helper to the man. She's the safeholder of our possessions and our home. And she's the first teacher to our children. The woman is so sacred in Islam that I can't even put it as volumes of books. You see the books in back of me? Y'all see those books? Can y'all see the books on the wall?
Yeah.
That's from floor to ceiling. This is my library, y'all. Y'all can only see one wall. I got a fish tank that leads to the other room. So on both sides of the room, you can see the fish tank.
Cool.
So those books are volumes on what I'm talking about. So these are volumes, man.
Yeah, I always ask that question to everybody because it kind of confuses me because I'll be honest with you. Like most of the things that we do is because of women.
That's
I would
right.
say the majority of the things that we do is because of women.
You sell drugs, you want a fancy car, go to college,
and women can whisper in your ear like, I need you to make such and such amount of money. And guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna try to make that certain amount of money. Like you see Will and Jada. Like you see what's happening.
Right. Get deep about it, McBride. Like, take a walk to the graveyard and standing there all alone. And how many men in there are women? Holler loud in there. Go at night and say, oh men, how many of you are here over a woman? Go to the prison system and holler loud. How many are here over a woman? They ruin their whole lives.
Most of them.
And when they break it down to themselves, it's like, it's majority. It's like I would give them an 80%.
Either they rape somebody, or they killed the dude over a woman, or they fighting over a girl,
or they trying to make money so they
can get a girl.
Right for the women. Yeah, it's all about women. Like, so when I start thinking like it's all about women, I'm like, hey, what's you? Like, who really controlling this situation?
But think about Judgment Day when God judged the women. Because if the women said we want college dudes, if you ain't going to college, you got to figure we ain't going to have sex with you. We'll all break the door down, get in that administrative line to fill out our paperwork.
So right now, if women said, if y'all don't start controlling the world like you're supposed to, then we not doing nothing else for y'all. Guess what? We gonna start controlling everything right here. So
imagine women said, if you carry a gun, we ain't gonna sleep with you nor talk to you. And they do it in a way where it's shunned, like back in the day when you didn't dress a certain way, you couldn't talk to certain women. Well, imagine if they did that with the dudes that shooting. It wouldn't be no more shooting, man.
So that just makes you look at it like, okay, so who's really in control?
The women is in a lot of more control than we believe. We're in authority, but the women got a lot of control.
They got a lot of like it's even that Apple situation.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they can convince us to do anything.
They can.
Like I be thinking like, okay, so who really in control around here?
But what do the Bible say and what do the Quran say? It say he will find a righteous woman found a good thing. Because she gonna say, hey honey, don't do that fraud. She gonna say, honey, don't do that. That's wrong. She gonna guide you and influence you to do right things. You know what I mean? She gonna help you fill out that resume. She gonna help you do what's right or wrong. Yeah. She gonna help you do your business. Yeah. That's a good one.
But who say what's right or wrong? The wrong.
Hold on, you slow down on it.
It's internet.
Place upon somebody.
Spiritually, he's not supposed to say it.
But like, what right or wrong was pushed up.
Like,
You have to repeat it again. We barely heard anything you said.
His Wi-Fi went out.
Yeah.
but I kind of get what he's saying.
Say it, McBride. Say what you think he's saying.
Like, he's saying who's to say what's right or wrong depending on the circumstances of situations. Like, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Okay, repeat that again.
Who's to say what's right or wrong when right or wrong was pushed upon us based on someone else's opinion? Or, that's the reason why we needed the prophets to come to the earth and God to give us instructions on what's right and wrong. Now, the whole point is, my father used to have a saying. He said, if you want to know what's right or wrong, picture the whole world dropping what they're doing right now and doing that thing. So if you want to know if doing cocaine wrong, just picture the whole world dropping everything they're doing tonight and picking up some coke and getting it with the world we're in. Picture everyone being, even when it comes to homosexuality, if everyone stopped what they was doing now and did it, it wouldn't be no more babies. It would be no more reproduction. So sometimes when you want to decipher what's right and wrong, you got to think about it. Think about this. How do white man make up the law? You think that he a genius? He said, if you do this crime, this crime, this crime, you get this much time, you get this much time. We got a law. So my point is, I think he made right and the wrong
based on what he wanted.
What he did, not what he did to us. He made that law of what he did to us. Everything he say don't do, he did it to us.
So my next question is it wrong that if I scam a scammer?
It's wrong. It's wrong.
Because I be like, okay, so I know you trying to scam me, so let me scam you.
But guess why it's wrong? It's because somebody got to lead the way. And you a leader. You don't succumb to the badness of another. You want to be a trailblazer. And
okay, so
it's
this is another question. So what if they scamming the system? Really, they're not really trying to scam me. They scamming the system, but the system is actually designed and governed by people that were trying to get over us anyway.
Well, let me tell you this. The whole point is to be righteous. And the whole point is we all know you're supposed to earn everything you get. A man, a true man, should earn off of his sweat and rock.
Can I add something in? Like, when it comes to like whether or not you should scam a scammer, you're supposed to not do anything. You're supposed to even just like apologize. Like God said, if like a guy steps on your foot, you're supposed to say, "I'm sorry, excuse me." Leave this all up to God. And I can give a similar testimony where I had a situation where I was dealing this deal with a guy, and I basically helped fund set up his business, and we had a good relationship going. And there was a point where he started changing the agreement, and he started taking more credit out than I was willing to give him. And when I said to him, "Hey, listen, this wasn't part of the agreement, you know what I mean? You do this in," he decided to go off and make a deal with someone else, right? And so he had owed me a lot of money. And so he like basically dropped me, and I'm like, "You need to pay me." And so there was a long time about me getting paid, and I was freaking out. And I was like there was a lot of times where I could have done something to hit him, to get him back, right? And secure my money. But God said to me, just relax. And so what ended up happening is that I found out who he was dealing with in a way that, like, trust me, I can't even tell you how it happened, but it was one of those things where it was like, only God could have made this possible. Like, it's ridiculous, okay? And then from then, I'm able to see and watch what's going on. And, like, he's telling me that he's getting it for this price. I find out he's paying almost the same price I gave it to him. Then I find out, like, his shipment gets delayed. You know what I mean? And, he can't get his shipment now. Then there's just, trust me, like, and to the point that, like, the last time it was like, I don't know. I don't even want to say too much because you'll figure out who this person is.
Yeah, you don't have to say too much.
Yeah. But the point is, I didn't have to do anything. I just sat down and watched. It was almost like I got some popcorn and ate and watched this guy's whole life fall apart. And God just said, relax, I got this. And sometimes you just got to trust in God. And when I look back at to all the times that people that have fucked me over, like the moment they I cut them off and I say I have nothing to do with you, it's like their life just went. It was like their life was going like this with me, and then I cut them off, and they just dropped.
Now picture this, McBride. Picture the dude down the street that's shooting up the block. What if we all start shooting up the block? It ain't gonna make it no better. It's gonna become a western town in here.
Yeah, that's typically what ends up happening.
Yeah, but it gotta be somebody that stands for righteousness. Somebody that's saying, hey, look, even if it's teaching his sons, you see what they doing, don't do it. Any righteousness gotta exist. They say towards the end of the world, though, it'll be hard to find one righteous person. And that's when you start knowing that the world is ended. It's gonna be hard to find a knowledgeable person and a righteous person, no matter where you see them.
I agree with everything y'all saying. I just have to ask these questions because, this would be on my head.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, you try to scare me, I'm probably gonna try to get over on you, but that's just the nature of the situation. And not that I'm gonna try to scam you, is that if I pick up on what you're doing, then
it's a problem.
Yeah, I won't say it's a problem. I just say that I quietly make sure that I take care of myself in a situation to where I don't get got.
You protect yourself.
Exactly. Now after that it's whatever. Like whatever happens to you, whatever happens to you.
But I feel that sometimes when these opportunities for you to get back at them happen, that's God giving you these opportunities. Or maybe it's the devil testing you. Testing you to see if you're good righteous now.
I got shot that night. I got shot that night.
Which night?
That Friday I told y'all about. And then the dude that shot me was a little young dude. He was like 19. I was probably 25. So I used to give him quarters, dollars. He wasn't actually from our neighborhood. He used to come. He had cousins in our neighborhood. So by the time we was in a corner bar that we all hang at, our aunties hung there. My grandparents raised me, so I grew up in the neighborhood where our generations grew up. So that bar was where our uncles went when they was my age, you know. But now that they moved on and moved away and got their families, I became 25. Now I'm at that bar. So this young dude in the bar, he shouldn't even be in the bar. We get into it. I put him in the head like we boxing. He shoots me in the stomach.
Oh, wow.
So I was in the hospital, and I was known, y'all. You know, my name Khalid, but in the ghetto, they took the D off. They called me Khalid. So my name ring a lot. Khalid and them. Khalid and them. You know, it was, I was a popular person in my neighborhood. And then my brothers was legends. So I was the baby of 5, and my brothers, they like 6, 7 years older than me. They was legends before me. And so this dude shoots me. I'm in the hospital. He shot me about 12 o'clock that night. I got tubes running in me. I've been drinking Rennie all night, having a good time. And so I'm just telling God, if you let me live, I won't do anything else, and I'll let you handle that guy. I won't do anything. So everybody was coming. You know, they wanted to do something to that guy. He shot me. They wanted to kill him. You know, my brothers. I said, no. Everybody that came to the hospital, I said, please don't do nothing to him. Guess what, guys? I opened up a store. I ended up opening up a beauty supply store for 8 years. But whatever the case, when I got out the hospital, I got out that Monday. I switched my life around. The next summer, the same time, he shot me August 6th. He got shot July, the next summer, in the neck. He ended up paralyzed, neck down. I told God in a prayer, I kept blacking out. They was hitting me with that morphine when I was having surgery and going through all this stuff. And I said, God, please, every time I would come back to thought, I would ask God, I said, no man could take me through what you're taking me through right now. I said, it's not him. I said, so I want you to handle him because I can't hurt him the way. I can't do anything that's fit for his punishment or fit for his reward. Maybe I was bad and he needed to shoot me. I said, God, I don't know, but I know you know. I said, I can't handle him like you can. Man, that man was paralyzed neck down for 8 years. 8 years. This happened to me in 2000. So 2008, when Barack Obama was getting in, they came to my store. At 9 o'clock, I closed. I saw like 15 people outside my store at night. I let them all in, and they was celebrating, telling me he died. He caught some infection sitting in a wheelchair. He was in a wheelchair for 8 years.
Oh, no.
So you're right, Julien. God handles it, man.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it doesn't happen right away, but it comes.
But look at me here. I got a 6,600 square foot home. I'm healthy. I met you, Julien. You in Canada. That man dead.
Yeah.
He in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Not only is he not paralyzed anymore, he's dead. And then I talked to a girl that he went with. I finally talked to her 3 years ago. So I disappeared from the street life.
Yeah. You kept it clean.
I wiped myself off the map.
But sometimes even that.
I'm on Facebook.
That's a traumatic moment to make a decision on which career, like life path, are you going on. Like sometimes I think God and the devil puts these decisions to say, okay, let's test this guy to see where his heart really is at. If your heart was in the wrong place, you would have said to the guys, let's go, let's get this guy. We're gonna fucking do this and that, and then that would have set your whole life on a different trajectory from where it is now. And you would. He's always testing us, always. And that's the thing that I'm always kind of like looking back is like, was this a test, God? Did I fail this? Is this keeping? I'm always asking him to, because I believe in this whole Seamoss, that I'm on a mission, and I keep asking him to just keep me on track, and if I fall off, to let me know, and just keep my eyes open so that I see these opportunities when they come in.
But just think about the dude that shot me. He's so big and bold, and he shot me. And he ended up in a wheelchair for 8 years, and I'm on here with Seamoss with you guys, and he dead.
Yeah. Because of the choice.
I got a beautiful wife in the bed right now.
Yeah, the choices.
It's been warm for me, like y'all, when y'all get ready to go to bed tonight. But he dead in the graveyard outside.
Because it comes down to choices.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
So I didn't do nothing to him, man. I let life handle him. But I needed to learn from that experience,
For sure.
That's something that, I think we all go through experiences, maybe not being shot, but just putting ourselves in certain situations that make us look at life a little bit different. And then you start to realize that everything in your life is really a test. What you're going to do, like you can choose to do a lot of wrong throughout the day. Even like, and the crazy part about it is that that's what I wait with all the time. Is that I come from a certain element that when you swimming with sharks, you better become a shark yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like or you become a whale. That's you know what I'm saying. So like when you out there, you don't feel like you need to be a shark.
Yeah, I was fighting him and knew he had a gun. I was slapping the gun down. He kept reaching for it. I was slapping his hand while he got the pistol. And he shot the shit out of me.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like you can be a shark, but you can also be a dolphin. You know what I'm saying? So there's certain things that you can do to change the perception of how you swimming in the waters, and what you're doing in the waters. And like a dolphin don't worry about a shark because they're too smart.
Hey, that's a perfect thing to tell the kids, man, what you saying. I swear, that's for teenage boys, that is a perfect analogy, man.
So, like, when I talk about Seamoss, I talk about that all the time. Like I could be doing something else right now. And when I found a way that I felt like was smarter than what I was doing, like I didn't second guess it. It was like certain people came in my life for a split amount of time for certain reasons, and it guided me to Seamoss. That's it. And once you tell me that this is it, this is it for me. Like and really, it wasn't nobody telling me. It was just I know.
It's the spirit. It's your spirituality.
I know when you're trying to give me a way out. Yeah, I know when you're trying trying to give me a way out because I can't turn up no more like I used to.
Yeah, no way.
It don't work like that no more. It don't like Kingpin don't like I'd rather be a Seamoss keeper. I sleep good at night. I don't have to worry about certain things. I don't have to make those decisions that I used to have to make on those everyday decisions that you have to make. Like as far as okay, I can be doing this, or if somebody, or if I'm out here and somebody do this and this, then I may have to do this and this. And that's what you're talking about is decisions that you have to make when you're swimming in that water.
That's right.
And you have to say, hey, you know what? There's a different path. Like I don't even have to swim over here with y'all anymore. I can swim over here, sleep comfortable.
Yeah, we can put our money in the bank.
Yeah, sleep comfortable. like my parents happy with what I'm doing. Like they don't got to hide what their son do for a living. Like you gotta understand, like all that junk is for real.
And then we feeding our kids when they eat. They eating off honest money. They
like
not eating off bad money.
Like they tell they friends now, well, you know, my baby got a business and everything like that, man. Like I'm the talk of the town. And even like people don't even know what Seamoss is, but they starting to figure out because my parents talking about it. And to the point where, you know, they like to see this, they like, oh, I'm gonna show you his logo, look at his logo. I'd be like, I feel like a celebrity. But it's all about like, but I'm not doing anything different than what I was doing a few years ago.
You just switched the product.
I just switched the product. That's all that. That's all I did was switch the product.
And the product in your mind too. You switched that.
Like okay, so this is the thing that I always felt is that I didn't really change who I was because if you knew me when I was back doing that, it's the same energy. It's just that I know that I'm happier now because I can give it to my grandma, I can give it to my uncle, I can give it to and not feel bad about what somebody's gonna say about what I'm doing. Like that's the only difference that it is. Like as far as the energy level, my energy level was the same when I was out there. Like even like I was making money because the same type of person I am like right now, I was like that out there. Like I was doing business with everybody. Like this was, and I'm talking about this back in the good old days, 10 to 12 years ago, when certain entities were running everything.
When it was a welfare.
Yes.
And you make $10,000 in one day on a bad day.
Exactly.
$10 at a time.
Exactly. When they talking about 17.5, I was out there. 17.5 days. Like, you know, I've been swimming in them waters for a long time. Like
it's 21 good.
When they start making movies about people that you dealt with, you know what I'm saying? Then you know that you like that's the type of that's the Atlanta that I know. Like I took when they took their hiatus, I took my hiatus.
Talk about Meech.
Yeah. So when they took their hiatus, I took my hiatus. And it was over with. Like, it's hard to come back from dealing with people like that.
Is Jeezy real? Tell me, man. I'm from Milwaukee. Is Jeezy real?
Yeah. Like, there's no faking with what he had going on.
I love Jesus Jizzle, man.
Like, he okay, so this is the thing is that just because, and this is why I say, just because you come from that environment don't mean that you need to stay in that environment. And that's what he started seeing is that, hey, I don't need to stay in this environment. Like, I got a way to make it out. And the only reason why I was out there was because I didn't want to be out there no more. Like, that's like, once you start to get that mind frame, that's why you see him moving a certain way. Like, he understands the situation now. It's like, once you say that you're done and you can figure out a route out, like, you gotta understand something. Like, when you see about 30 or 40 of of your close homeboys get indicted, that is going to change your mind frame on a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh, shit.
Hey, that's deep, but Brian.
Like, if it don't change your mind frame on a whole bunch of stuff, like, I'm scared for you because that means that you just trapped. Like how they say, you trapped. You trapped in your own thinking that this is my only way out. And when you start realizing, bro, I do music, and that's the old Jay-Z. Then like I think that changed him. I think once he started realizing that changed for him, and people may say that he started moving different. Yeah, I would move different too.
That's the reason why too. That brings to mind why I don't understand how dudes like us can be groupies. It's because really the rappers is getting rich off our story. We was the ones getting shot. We was the ones hustling. We was the ones out there that literally made it and never went to jail and retired and lived. So they telling our story and making millions. Bubbles, I jump for you if I meet Jay-Z. I love to shake his hand because of his business side. You know, his business smarts. But I'm not chasing down no rappers telling my story and getting rich. Even if it's their story too.
What happens
they should be my thing.
What happens is
I got a scar on my stomach I can show y'all. That's their story they telling in the rap. That's my life.
They actually, like, and this is with music and a lot of things, like, you start to realize who's really been out there. Like, if you out there, you start to know who's really been out there, and they don't move the same. Like, if you really out there, they don't move the same. I'll take one person for instance, Lil Baby. He move a lot different than what a lot of these. If you really have a conversation or see him in interviews, like, you can tell he really been out there because he ain't actually out there no more.
He gonna kill you if you try to kill him.
But he ain't out there no more. Like,
did he kill somebody else recently again?
No, you talking about Da Baby. Nah.
Oh, Da Baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he killed somebody.
That's like, he's totally different now. He's totally different because I don't really want to even speak on him.
They tried to get in his house.
Yeah, like when stuff comes to you like that, that means that you have either you have a short future or you have a long future.
You got something going on.
And right now I can't tell what it's gonna be because I don't see no change in the action. So, but I don't really speak on that because I can't really say that he's wrong for anything that he's doing. It's just
Jay-Z talked to him. You know, when he got out the
choices that you make, it's like, okay, you can make this choice, you make that choice, but he's on self-preservation right now. I can't get mad at him about it. Like, he's staying on self-preservation. Now, I'll talk about Lil Baby because I think that's a little bit, like, I know that situation a little bit more than I know Da Baby's situation. I know Lil Baby, like, he moves like he's not, like, rap is not the only thing he's gonna be doing.
But he can't rap at all, man.
Bro, you crazy.
I don't know why I can't handle it.
Like, you gotta really sit down and listen to what this man's saying. Sit down and listen to what Lil Baby saying. He's saying all this stuff is really an Atlanta situation. I guess that's what you have to say because
that's probably what it is.
What it is that you can't get past the delivery.
See, I like Kiss and Nas, man, and Pride. You know, I come from a different era.
Exactly. Like, you gotta listen to what these young boys saying because he's like, I don't care what anybody say. That joke be snapping.
I like ASAP. ASAP just did one with Nas. It's crazy.
That's crazy. It's like, okay, so this is what I'd say. It's a different type of rap. Like, it's like Lil Baby is if you're over 30, it's gonna be hard to relate.
You hear J. Cole?
It's just hard to relate because he's really talking some young boss stuff. And how these young jokers be. However, if you listen to, like, reason what happens is I listen to their interviews when they just talking to you. And you can really tell who you're really dealing with by interviews and how they conduct the interview. Like, there's some people I just can't listen to an interview because it just it ain't even sitting right.
But they don't got no
right in the world, like you a crash dummy.
But McBride, when it comes to that pen and paper, they don't got no writing skills, man. They sound like they didn't even graduate from junior high school, man.
A lot of them do. But you gotta understand something. A lot of them, like,
it depends on
you can't blame it on them though.
That shit garbage, McBride. Even if you do have that shit garbage. Even if you do got a good vocabulary, people that you are promoting your music to, they don't want to be all proper all the time.
Yeah, like
hey, Jay the Kiss said it. He said, "I copped your shit, now I break weed up on it." He said that shit's garbage.
I'll break it down to you. So what happens is that we dumb down rap.
Right.
Like, it's all about beat and a flow and something that you can just bob your head to. You can really say anything now, like, and it's gonna go. That's just, but you can't blame it on them because guess what they doing? They going to where the money is. Right. If they see that, all they have to do is like, okay, so I'm gonna give you a prime example. This is somebody that we kind of grew up off of. I know you probably listen to him too. I listen to Old Dirty Bastard. I like it raw.
Oh yeah. ODB, man. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so if you listen to that,
he started Wu-Tang. He the original.
Now go back to Who Baby I Like It Raw. He ain't saying nothing really, and then he did the same thing over and over again, and they made millions. Because you know why? It's because
that's a whole other shit. That's the killer bees, my man.
It was because it was Old Dirty Bastard. He was able to do that because it was Old Dirty Bastard.
That nigga, you can't compare these niggas to him.
But you have to.
Ain't no way.
But you have to. Know why you have to? Because go back and listen to that song, and then you'll understand what I'm saying.
He is embodiment of hip hop. This man
ain't saying nothing though, and that's why I'm breaking it down to you. He's not saying anything. And so what it is that that's a formula. It's a formula where, like, just like you're saying, that's hip hop. That's what these young cats are saying. No, this is hip hop because it's a formula. He made a formula. He actually made himself to a certain point to where he doesn't even have to rap and say anything really, and it's still hot because of who is saying it. Because it's ODB that's saying it. And
ODB a legend, though, man.
And you just he's a legend because we made him a legend off of who he is. And I'm just telling you to go listen to that style. Just go listen to that style.
Sometimes it ain't all about just the music. It's about the whole thing. By him being able to put together Method Man, and everybody, Raekwon, Ghostface, and the way they came up with the concept. I'm saying, like Jay-Z, he fight. Jay-Z, we all know, he took a lot of people's stuff, man. And the whole thing is, he ain't one of the greatest MCs, but his business sense and his struggle, his story, and you put it all together, how he did Rockefeller, how they decided when people didn't want to hear them, how they kept going until they made their own independence. You know, it's the whole story.
If you 40 and over, Jay-Z sets the trend for you.
But it's his whole story. It ain't his writing. He can't write like Pop. He can't write like Nas. You know, he can't write like B. But he a package deal. You know, he holds.
So I don't know about that. I listen to Jay-Z. I study Jay-Z, and Jay-Z is on a whole okay. So this is the thing is that Nas is going to give you a different feel than what Jay-Z is going to give you.
He's going to give you the culture, the ghetto, blackness.
Pac is going to give you just a feeling. Like, Pac can just feel you. Jay-Z,
they some of the greatest African American writers that ever lived.
Jay-Z is going to
when you say Nas and Pac, you're talking about the greatest writers, African American writers that ever lived. They in the list. Jay-Z will never be in that list. Jay-Z fight.
just depends on where you're coming from.
No, just go to Cameron's song when he did Jay-Z at his DJ play every song that Jay-Z did. Doesn't he been so much of Snoop Dogg? Man, just listen to Cameron diss. Put in YouTube. Cameron diss Jay-Z.
Okay, so this is another thing. So if you take all the songs that he been out and you still go through his catalog, he's still deep.
You can't fight it. Just like Drake. Once they find out that Drake didn't write one song, he could never be the king. He's forfeited. He always gonna be out. He always gonna be Drake.
You know what?
Never be the king.
I don't even think that's
somebody else anymore.
I don't even think that's the case anymore.
He'll never be top five. He'll never be top five.
Who, Drake? Never.
Okay, so let me ask you a question because, like, I'm in Atlanta, and so you know who everybody's favorite rapper is? Who's the greatest rapper alive? Nope, it's Future.
Oh, Future dope. Future dope now. Don't get that's like Dirty Bastard. You talk about a legend. Now Future a legend. Because he created the art. He created the art, man.
So he like that sound that you see, but the thing about it was, as far as I don't even think that he created that sound.
But Lil Baby can't compare to Future. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
I think you need to go re-listen. I think you need to go re-listen to Baby. But
he already is dope. I ain't hating on the little man.
No,
dope, man.
You really need to go listen to him and really listen to what he's saying.
I do.
I do. That's why he got young white girls rapping his lyrics.
But he can't touch J. Cole. He can't touch
they going viral over it.
Hey, he can't touch Kendrick Lamar. He can't touch J. Cole. He can't touch
they in a different lane.
He can't touch them.
But guess what?
No matter what lane.
But guess what J. Cole is doing? J. Cole will go to his concert and try to rap Lil Baby's verses. They can't, because he's like, this joker is on a whole nother level. And they know that. And
they're great writers, man.
They know that. Like, Lil Baby's like, these guys ain't even writing no more.
Lil Baby an infant.
And they punch infant, man. What they call it punching in. They punch in. Like, they'll give you like a good 4 bars, and then punch in another 4 bars, and punch in another 4 bars.
You know who would beat Lil Baby? Lil Uzi. Lil Uzi would beat Lil Baby.
Man, you out your mind.
What about the Migos? You think the Migos can beat Lil Baby?
No.
They all garbage.
No. I don't like really all garbage.
Hold on. Don't do the Migos like that, man.
Yeah, they garbage. I like Offset. I like the Young. I like that
so
Young.
This is the thing is, all right, so let's just break it down. Everybody's style, that new style came from Takeoff.
The Young one?
No, the pretty much the one that's always been there. He might be the youngest one, but
the quiet young.
Yeah, the laid back one. Like all
that's
that,
right. I like them the best.
All the cadence that they do is how that came from Takeoff. Takeoff was the first one doing that. So I always gotta give Migos credit for the sound that they created. Like that's just Migos. Now, do I think that Migos as a whole is better? Like this is certain things that I come from an environment that
You're from the 80s, so that's the culture.
Yeah, I come from an environment that, like, I know what Lil Baby is talking about is all real. Like, I'm talking about real. Like
can he write? Can he write to you?
Yes. Like, because everything that he's talking about is verified.
That's great. Okay, I get it.
So, I don't doubt it. When you listen to his CDs, even when he goes on somebody else's stuff, like, that, even, okay, so you can listen to his Drake song. And that's where everybody starts rapping, or when he gets on other people's stuff, listen to what he's saying. Like, listen to his Drake garbage.
Is Drake garbage? Is Drake garbage?
Drake's an entertainer.
I think people actually got Drake in his writing situation, because I think he writes most of his stuff. I think he do. This is how I feel about it. I feel like with Drake is that when you're coming out with that much music, that people are gonna be writing hooks for you. people are gonna be giving like somebody might come up with a line and then you just take that line like, all right, I'm gonna make a song out of it.
You think anybody wrote for Pop?
No, Pop didn't work too quick.
What about Biggie?
No.
What about Scarface?
No.
What about Nas?
No.
Okay, so
what about Kid?
Hold on.
What about
I'm gonna say this about Nas. Because if you have a brother that's rapping, like your brother may give you a bar. Your brother might give you a hook. Now
they wrote Drake whole verse.
I'm gonna say the same thing about whole verse. Like I'm gonna say the same thing about Lil Wayne. Like
Gilly the Kid wrote Lil Wayne.
No, he didn't write for Lil Wayne.
Yeah, he did.
But what he did, he gave him a style.
He wrote for him, man. You didn't know that?
I'm telling you.
Put it in YouTube, sir.
So this is another thing. Gilly will never say that he wrote for Lil Wayne.
He wrote
a bar for Lil Wayne. But what
his own rap.
Is that
he wrote the Fireman.
He'll tell you that the style is his. He'll tell you that I might have put a hook together, and then Lil Wayne came and killed the hook. Like Lil Wayne took Gilly's style and ran with it. Like, but as far as writing for him, like penning something for him, there's nobody that's getting anything for Lil Wayne that they can.
So who the best, Lil Wayne or Drake?
Lil Wayne, because the catalog's bigger.
I'm talking about skill.
Lil Wayne, because the catalog's bigger. Like Drake,
Lil Wayne, because he can freestyle. Drake can't freestyle.
It's a different type of rap.
It's a competitive sport, man. You could play
okay, so again, it's a different type of like. All right, you got like Lil Wayne is like you have to compare Drake to Jay-Z.
Drake can't fuck with hoes. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Ain't no way.
Not right now.
Period.
I'm gonna tell you what you do. I'm gonna tell you what you do is that we come back 10 years. We come back 10 years from now, and it's gonna be a whole different story.
Well, Home's gonna be 60 already, 50 something.
Exactly. But he's gonna slow down. Like you gotta understand, it's like we can't compare him right now because Jay-Z catalog is big. But
reasonable doubt.
But his first Drake is pulling up on him. Like that's the same way when Future said he's the hottest. He's hotter than Jay-Z in the streets. And guess what? He's right. Guess what? He's putting out a CD every 3 months.
Oh, I get what you're saying. I think we misconstrued it.
Like when all said and done, like right now, Jay-Z can say that he's hotter than that he's a better rapper or he's better than Future. But at the end of the day, when it all comes down to when both of their careers is gone, Future might have him.
Jay a legend. Is he serious? Jay a legend.
Jay is a legend. I'm not even going to deny it.
But I'm not talking about hotness. I'm talking about talent and skill. That's what we mixing up. You talk about who hot and all that.
No, I'm talking about skill too. I'm talking about how you put things together because what happens is that we're basing skills off of just lyrics alone. And what a lot of times
presentation and a story. You know, Rockefeller Jay got a story.
And really being able to connect with a crowd. Like that's what you have to understand. Like Jay-Z connects with people 40 and over. If you love, I say 35 and under, you a Future fan.
I got a 23-year-old son, a 21-year-old son, and a 19-year-old son. They love Hov and Kanye. They transcend.
You know why they love Hov and Kanye?
Because they transcend age. You know what I mean?
Because we made them love Kanye. Like my kids don't even know Tupac. They really even listen to Tupac, but they love him.
But they know who he is, yeah.
They know why they love him? Because they daddy love him.
No, they know Tupac.
That's what it is. They're like, who is that Pac?
Hey, your grandmama know Tupac. You go to grandmama, say, grandmama, you know who this is? She gonna say that's Tupac.
And the reason why is because, like, that's just like, I love Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, I
I love Prince.
What's going on with Marvin Gaye?
They say
Like,
Prince.
like there's certain things, there's certain people. Like I love the Temptations, and they know who the Temptations was. Like once after I realized, like yeah, alright, like, but this group was a little bit hotter than the Temptations. It's just.
But who the best, Michael Jackson or Prince?
Michael Jackson.
Not who the most popular. Who the best artist?
Artist in what? In
instruments.
huh?
He composed all of his music to that.
I don't get into because they're two different type of like it's more. Okay, so this is the thing is that I would compare Rick James to Prince before I compare Michael Jackson.
Rick James didn't write none of his stuff. He didn't write none of his stuff. Prince wrote all his music in of it.
No.
So,
the notes.
Rick James was writing a whole bunch of stuff.
He composed the music.
So your question.
Composed a lot of the, okay, so
Quincy Jones wrote Michael Jackson hits. Any hits Michael had that was awesome and great.
Mm-hmm.
Quincy Jones had his
that's why you can't compare. That's why you can't compare Prince to Michael Jackson.
No, you can't compare them. Just like Nas and Jay-Z. Nas is more of an artist. It's like Michael Jackson and Prince when you compare Nas and Jay-Z. They're two different.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nas beats Jay-Z hands down. Is that what the argument is here? This is not even a fucking discussion. Okay, that was dead long time ago. Ether. That's all I gotta say. Ether. Dead.
I'm gonna tell you the reason why you say. I'm gonna tell you the reason why it's easy to say that is because the feeling. Because Nas gives you a certain feeling. It's the talent. Let's just be honest. Because I'm a super Nas fan. However, I start going through the catalog, and I'm like, hold on. Okay, fuck with Nas. You know what? I'm talking about catalog now. I'm not talking about.
You talking about who sold more?
No, I'm talking about the catalog of music. I'm talking about when you start going through Nas hits, as far as how many hits Nas has, and you start going through records, and you're like,
talking about who sold more?
Not even sold more. I'm talking about like I can turn on 444 and almost let that thing ride out. I can turn on Jay Electronics. I can turn on Jay Electronics' last CD where Jay-Z is on almost every song.
He took over the album
and let that thing ride out. Now,
but it can't touch Illmatic. His first line,
but that's just one body of work. Okay, so there was a period of time where Nas wasn't writing a lot of hot stuff.
Come on, man. He was writing for a different crowd.
I'm a super Nas fan, bro. I'm not trying to.
He's not mainstream. Jay-Z mainstream, man.
Listen, like he wasn't giving the music that he was supposed to give for a few years.
He's not mainstream.
It's not being about mainstream. It's about even connecting to people that you're supposed to be connecting with.
He's underground.
Bro, but it's not even about that. Okay, so after.
There's a lot of tracks. There's a lot of tracks that I would listen to that I would say that Jay-Z kind of a couple of his albums that weren't the greatest. It's not like every album went. But you are right in the sense that the amount of work that he did far exceeds Nas. But that doesn't. Yeah, but it just means he did more features. He did more work. He worked harder. Nas probably took a break and he didn't give a shit. He wasn't. To him, it wasn't a being like. But here's the thing: when you know you're the greatest MC, you don't try to be the greatest MC. You just are.
That's right.
And if you watch Nas and his swagger, he knows. He knows. He dead. He bodied.
So you put Pac against Nas, who's better?
Pac.
Why is that?
Nas will tell you that. What Nas tell Jay-Z and Ether? He said, "Who's the greatest MC?" Biggie. He said, "Let me tell you." He said, "Pac, Nas, and Biggie." Because Jay-Z said in his song, "Who's the greatest MC? Biggie, Jay-Z, or Nas?" So Nas answered Jay-Z and said, "No. He said, "Who's the best? Pac, Nas, and Biggie ain't no best. East, West, Coast, floor style, greedy. I'll embrace y'all with napalm." You know what I'm saying?
So why
he named Pac number one himself?
I'm gonna tell you why we consider Pop number one.
Nas consider him number one.
Just like in a lot of people's situations, they consider Lil Wayne the best.
Come on, man.
Lil Wayne a baby. He a baby to these dudes.
No, listen.
Okay.
Yeah.
The value of work that you have done speaks volumes. So it speaks volumes. Like, yeah, you may fall off and you might not have one or two good songs, but if you start looking at catalog, then that's why Tupac was so phenomenal to us, because his catalog is.
No, you know who broke your theory? Biggie did 2 albums and he's one of the greatest rappers ever breathed.
Okay, so
break your theory.
Okay, no, you said it right. He was one of the greatest.
He did 2 albums.
Okay,
bro.
so this is the thing. So if that's the case, then you have to put somebody like Big L in the category. Big L dope, but he never had the opportunity. But it don't matter if you're just talking about he a legend though. You can't compare Lil Wayne to Big L. There's a lot of people that came out with 1 or 2 albums, and then after that they built it, like Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill a legend, man. But he came out with 2 albums. Like, he the female Tupac. No, I don't give her that. The girl is one of the greatest black writers ever lived. But we talking Maya Angelou, man. We talking the greatest African American writers. Lauryn Hill collaborated on that first CD. Come on, man. With Wyclef? No, not the Wyclef. I'm talking about the Fugees. He come from the Fugees. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill was a collaborative effort. And you know why she couldn't follow it up? Because her writers left. No, she got sick. She had the mental. No, don't let them treat her.
Please, I take Queen Latifah as a rapper over Lauryn Hill.
Yeah, Queen Latifah is a trailblazer. She led the way for Lauryn Hill. So you can't compare it. It's like she didn't leave because of. Well, hold on.
UNITY. UNITY. That's a unity.
It's like comparing Tupac to Rakim. You can't do that. Rakim set the trail for Tupac. Queen Latifah set the trail for Lauryn. These 2 different eras, man.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know anything about hip hop? I love hip hop. I'm a hip hop fan. Like, that's the thing. So that's why I'm telling you, Lauryn Hill is not who we think she is. Man. Okay, let me ask you a question. After Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, what has she done since? Everything she touched is legendary. I know. I'm talking about after the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, what has she done ever since?
No, I heard about this.
She did quite a bit. She did quite a few things. Quite a bit. You can't name anything that she did after that. She did a lot, man. I mean, you know, she popped in and out. Everything she touched was classic, though. After Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, name me a song after Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Can't really name no songs now. You say name a Tupac song, because she's not that legend. And to be truthful about it, somebody else was writing her stuff. Don't say that, McBride. That's a harsh accusation, McBride. I'm not trying to say it to mean about it, but you have to look at the credits. I don't think there's no proof. Okay, let me ask you a question. And I just need you to Google it. They sued her about it. I gotta look that up. That's insane. They sued Lauryn Hill. Like, she had a couple writers that was writing her stuff. And the reason why she didn't come back for a second one is because she didn't have those writers anymore. That's insane. Bro, like, you gotta know the music industry. People don't fall off because of just anything. Like, she fell off for a reason. That's harsh accusations right there. Once you read about it, then you started like, dang. So who the best, Nicki Minaj or Cardi B? Man.
Neither. They're both trash.
We got Nicki because of volume of work, but Nicki's just a better writer. Nicki is a better worker. Cardi's the whole vibe.
Listen, they're just sex objects to me.
But Nicki Minaj really can rap though.
Like, why do they have to look like that? I wish they would go back in the 90s when rappers, female rappers stood on their their talent, not their appearance.
That's right. But Nicki can rap, though. Don't get it twisted. That girl cold, man. When it comes to that pen and paper, she can write, man.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the same thing with, and trust me, I love Nicki too. I think she's dope as a rapper. However, I think that she kind of lost her way when her and Safari split up.
Whoa.
That's a whole nother shit.
But let's just look at it though, because like, okay, so she was in that Lady Gaga kind of artistic mode where she was doing a lot of coloring of the hair and everything. Like, you gotta understand that's more Safari.
I don't know, McBride.
That's some Safari. Like, you gotta understand. Look at her when she was with Safari, and look at her when she wasn't with Safari. Like, she got hot. And this is like, it hurts me to say this, but she was hot when she was with Safari.
Well, I tell you this, you put up a good hip hop and music argument, McBride. Just like Seamoss, bro. Hey, you put up a good one.
Like, I don't mean to bust your bubbles, and I know Chris, I see her in the comments talk about I'm dragging Lauryn Hill. I'm not really dragging Lauryn Hill. Like,
that's great.
Lauryn Hill. Like, I think this education Lauryn Hill is one of the best CDs ever, and I just know that she didn't write that alone.
That's crazy. I gotta look that up, bro. Cause that's gonna break my heart. That's like finding out Tupac didn't write something. You know that? Hey, that's an upset. If that happened, I don't know. Lauryn Hill is dope though, man. She a dope MC, man. She a legend. She the female Nas, female pop.
Yeah.
She the greatest female rapper that probably ever made.
Like, and this is the thing, and I have to always be honest with myself because I didn't want to believe it either. But like, once you start knowing people in the music industry and start to understand why certain things happen, then you can understand, like, you don't just fall off that quick. Like, she fell off quick.
It's some things in hip hop you don't talk about. It's just like you don't say who the best between the locks. Styles, Peter Kicks. That's crazy. Even though you might got an opinion. It's like Scarface and Tupac. They say who the best, Scarface or Tupac.
So this is what. So you can't even have that conversation anymore after the battle, after the verse.
You know, talking about that.
You can't have to do better than Jada Kiss or Styles because you see.
You don't talk about it. It's just something that's unheard of.
Yeah, you see who went crazy. You like them both, so you don't really talk about it. Like,
no, you don't talk about that. So it's against the law. It's against the hip hop law to say, like, for instance, who could we think of, man? It's some things. It's kind of like Prince and Michael Jackson. It's been kind of against the law to really compare them. You know what I mean? It's just too crazy. So I don't know, man. I wouldn't want to say Lauryn Hill didn't write a rap. You know? I ain't gonna say it. God know I did not say that tonight. God is a witness. I would never say it.
I'm just saying, go look it up. Do your research on it. Just give you something to research.
Look what up.
Form your own opinion on it.
It's hard to deal with, though.
Oh, listen,
it's gonna be tough on you.
Hey,
you're gonna be biased.
I'm looking it up right now. It says in 1998, Newark filed a 50-page lawsuit against her management and record label, claiming that Hill used their songs and production skills but failed to properly credit them for their work.
Oh, that's sampling. That's just sampling, Julien.
No.
No, it's not sampling.
No.
You got to get songs cleared.
No, listen. No.
It's like she used writers. She used a group of writers.
Yeah. The musicians claim to be primary songwriters on 2 tracks and major contributor on several others who are going with.
Well, let me just give one more thing in her defense. You know, she do have an R&B singing aspect too. Mm-hmm. So writers do come in for a lot of the R&B stuff. But when it comes to verses for hip hop, I don't think no one wrote that stuff.
Maybe not, but they helped her a lot on this album, and I think that's where Ricky was saying that, like, when it came to, because here's the thing, and just before I say this, one of my best friends
was a music producer, a famous like music producer. He worked with NSYNC. He was in that camp. He also did tracks with. He did 4 tracks on Michael Jackson's Dangerous album. He programmed the beats. He did stuff with like Rodney Jerkins. Like he has a whole discography. So I've listened to all the stuff he tells me. Each artist has a team that works with them on their songs. So no artist writes their songs by themselves. They have people that they collaborate. And then at the same time, they have people that are sending them songs all the time that they do, beats, everything. And then it's the management and stuff that puts these kind of songs together and gets them to sing stuff. Like, sure, they write some of their stuff, but most of their stuff, it's pre-written for them.
Do you think Tupac wrote his stuff, or did he have it pre-written?
No, because back then it was a different time, right? And
Tupac wrote his stuff because they'll talk about how he punched, like, he would actually do a verse, and then from a verse, he would actually make the hook.
Well, look,
so most of the time, you actually get a song from the hook. Now, you may come into songs that actually already have a hook, and then you just got to write to it. Like, let's just talk about, like, when he actually did the Daz Dillinger, I Got My Mind Made Up on his All Eyes on Me. Like, it was already composed. It just rap. He didn't come up with the hook. He just came up with his own rap.
What Method Man on that?
What's that?
What Method Man on that?
No, that was with Redman, Method Man, and Corrupt and Daz. So, like, he came up with the rhymes, but other than that, like, you know, like, that's the thing that, like, a lot of, okay, so in the music industry, what people don't understand, and it's different from R&B to, and I see exactly what Julien is saying. With R&B, you have a team. Like, and there's actually ghostwriters. I know this for a reason because
That's where Neo actually comes from.
Okay, so that's how he came. And that's a prime example. Neo is actually a prime example of somebody that actually came in, and he was actually a writer for a lot of teams. He would actually write a lot of people. Okay, so you have what they call an A level, B level, and C level. And so what it is that when you actually go to a studio, there's people that are writing for A level. That's why the sounds are so similar to each other, because it's coming from a writing team. And once you actually get this writing team put together, like, oh, I have a song that Usher or Chris Brown can do. And then you shop it to Usher or Chris Brown. And then they actually end up singing it. Now, they may take a lot out and then leave stuff that they like. However, it came from a ghostwriter. Like, it came from a production team that's what they do. That they sit in there and write songs that sound like, oh, this sounds like a Chris Brown song.
So I think Lauryn Hill stuff for her R&B side of her aspect.
Like that could be that you could be correct. Like, I'm not saying that as far as any time that she rapped, I'm not saying anytime that she rapped that it wasn't her. I'm just saying when you listen to the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, she didn't create all of that by herself. That was a collaboration from a few different writers and a few different musicians that came up with that whole entire sound. And you know, we grew up off of that. Like, you gotta understand something. So I'm not taking anything away from her, but I can't put her, like, it's kind of like a Drake situation. If you want to say, like, Drake ain't probably rapping or singing all his songs like that. Like, somebody probably coming up with the hooks on the song and he creates on his own. Or even somebody may come up with a melody. Like,
what about a verse? You think somebody wrote Drake verse? That's what I heard.
I don't think anybody write Drake verse.
I don't think his verses are that, like, spectacular.
That one dude, they jumped him. I forgot his name.
But he didn't write a verse, though. Like it's really hard to say, like, when, like, you know, you can have a sample track that, like I'm talking about as far as with ghostwriters, you can have a sample track and they actually may come up with one verse and you can actually put a whole song off that one verse. And that's what I'm saying about Nas. Nas had a brother, right? Nas' brother comes up like, hey man, I got this verse, but I got this one line. nothing with it, man. Here you go. Like you can't say that he wrote your like.
No, I just gave an idea or a tip.
Yeah, I can't say, or you may be in the studio and you like, man, I can't figure out. I'm doing this, boom, boom, boom. And somebody's like, oh, say it like this. I'm not gonna say that they wrote your rap.
That's not biting. That's not biting right there. Biting is when somebody writes your stuff and you spit it, man. And you spit it like it's yours.
Yeah, that goes along. That goes a lot with being in the studio. Like Kanye is big with that. Kanye
but he a producer. Kanye a producer. You don't count.
Yeah, Kanye was anybody. Like Kanye, if you a janitor and you come through and say, hey man, this sounds just like this, he gonna give you a credit.
But Kanye is not a rapper. He's a producer.
You know that sounds like Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre's not a rapper either. Like so, like and so that made me, and that goes back to some other stuff. Is that when you start looking at somebody like Jay-Z, you gotta look at how many things that he wrote for other people.
And he wrote a lot.
Like, because you gotta understand, Still Dre Day is Jay-Z's song.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote that, the whole entire thing.
He wrote quite a few things for Dr. Dre.
Exactly. All the stuff that we like, all the stuff that, like, God, come on, like, Jay-Z is I'm a bigger Nas fan than Jay-Z, but sometimes I gotta look at it like, okay, the catalog. When you start looking, but Nas wrote a lot of stuff for people too, and then you gotta put in somebody like a T.I.
I think Jeezy better than T.I. to me.
No, when it comes to rapping, no.
Jeezy heavy, man. That first album.
See, that's Jeezy is like Jeezy just gives you a feeling.
People don't understand Jeezy. You gotta listen close to how you put that shit together, man.
Jeezy, and this is the thing, I like Jeezy too. Like, I like old Jeezy.
I love the old Jeezy.
I like Jeezy. I like Jeezy before he got, when he was in the streets.
I don't think Tip can touch Jeezy, man.
Nah, you totally different.
Tip okay.
Nah, bro.
Tip okay. Like, you ever hear I like my top down low?
Yeah.
Listen to it close. T.I. try to snap in the end, but I don't think he can fuck with Jeezy, man.
Man, nah. Maybe not the old Jeezy, but the Jeezy that got money. It's a way that you transcend yourself. Like some people can't go from, like, if you a trap artist and you actually start making money a different way, like, then your raps have to change.
Who got the most money, Jeezy or Tip?
I don't even know.
That's a good one. You out there in Atlanta with them. I mean, you in Georgia.
They ain't out here no more.
I'm saying you in Georgia with them.
They ain't out here no more. They both in Cali.
I thought they own areas there. They own,
like, okay, so you talking about owning stuff in Atlanta? Then Tip
own more than Jeezy?
Yeah.
Did you hear what Jeezy told Gucci Mane in that verse? How much he owned in Atlanta, in Georgia?
Man. Okay, so
I don't know, man.
Like, it's totally. I'll be honest with you. I don't know a lot of what Jeezy do in Atlanta. Like, I know what Tip owns in Atlanta.
Okay.
Like, it's like you can tell what he kind of owns. But Jeezy, I don't know what Jeezy owns. Like Jeezy could be a silent partner on a lot of stuff that people don't know about, because he kind of keeps himself quiet. Like, this is another thing, is that's really what we're talking about, is that, like, the transcending and Jeezy's a trap artist.
I thought T.I. the king of the trap.
Okay. But T.I. was able to cross over a little bit better than what Jeezy was into talking about just regular stuff, because I think T.I. is just a better writer.
You think he's a better writer than Jeezy?
Yeah. I'm going off, and I go off the catalog. I go off of, okay, let me base it off of what I've heard in the last 5 to 10 years. But
that's another Nas and Jay-Z situation right there.
Exactly. So you talking about pre-BMF, you talking about BMF days, Jeezy got him. You talking about after, T.I. blowing him out the water.
T.I. can't break them streets down like Dizzle.
But because T.I. wasn't in the streets like that. Like T.I. was in the streets, but it's not like that. Like, you gotta understand, like, that's why I say Jeezy, trap Jeezy is definitely better than T.I. When it came to trap music, it was like, okay, when it came to trap music, T.I. is like fourth. Like, Gucci is better than T.I. when it comes to the end. Gucci is better than both of them when it came to trap music.
You know where I think we running into it at? Is I think we compare it like Jeezy underground, like Nas is. They kind of underground. T.I. more of a mainstream. Jay-Z more mainstream. Exactly. Michael Jackson mainstream. Prince more underground for selective crowd. So it's just a different taste.
And then you got Gucci. Gucci is super underground.
He is. He's the king of the
underground.
Oh yeah.
But okay, so this is
you found
if you want to know who has the most influence in Atlanta, is Gucci.
Yeah.
Gucci has more influence than everybody in Atlanta. Besides maybe Future is right here.
He found Nicki Minaj, didn't he?
Who, Gucci?
Yeah.
Okay, so Gucci had the Migos. Gucci had Young Thug.
He had them all. Yeah.
He had them all. Everybody done came under the Gucci umbrella.
Even Jeezy.
No, he didn't have.
I mean, if you think about it, before they fell out.
No.
He helped with these.
They didn't even, like, what happened was is that the only reason why they fell out is because Jeezy wanted the song for himself.
The Icy.
Yeah, Jeezy wanted the song for himself. Gucci was like,
nah, this is my song. Didn't Gucci Man shoot one of Jeezy friends?
Yeah.
He killed him, didn't he?
Yep.
Well, that's why they can't get over it. They still can't get over it, can they?
I think they did a verse because I think, if you do a verse for somebody, I think it's pretty, like, it's the people around you that probably won't be able to.
But Gucci still keep talking shit. He was talking shit at the verse.
Yeah, because I killed your homeboy. I don't got a problem. I killed your homeboy. I'll kill another one. Like that, but you gotta understand, Gucci is Gucci.
Yeah.
Like, he ain't gonna let that junk out. Like, if somebody try to put a hit out on you, some things you just don't let go. And you remind them every time. Yeah, last time you did something crazy, man, I put one of your homeboys in the dirt. Like, and you gonna keep on, before you even try to test me, just understand what I'm on.
Yeah. But he sure can't mess with Jeezy rap.
I don't know, for a minute.
You know, Jeezy murdered him the way Kiss Them did Dipset.
Okay, so there's a couple things that Gucci has Atlanta on fire for a minute. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. Gucci had Atlanta fire. Like, I'm telling you, like, Jeezy wasn't even talked about. Like,
shit, I'm
like, it's hard for people to, but when you're in Atlanta, you start to understand, like, Gucci had Atlanta on fire. The only reason why he didn't really let off, he just got arrested. If he didn't get arrested, then Gucci would have still had Atlanta, because he was, like, come on, everybody was coming down here messing with Gucci.
Jeezy had the Midwest. Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit.
Because, he had the Midwest. I get to that. Like this is, okay, so let me tell you how Jeezy made his money. Jeezy didn't make his money in Atlanta. Jeezy got hot and went to every place around Atlanta. He went to Alabama. He went to Tennessee. He actually was in Macon a lot. He was in Savannah. He was in all these spots turning up. And then, once he got to a certain point, he came to Atlanta. Gucci, on the other hand, just had Atlanta on fire. Like, to the point where everybody wanted to mess with Gucci. Like, you couldn't come through Atlanta and not mess with Gucci and Zato.
Gucci got it all, man.
That's yet to be.
What question is that?
But no, I'm gonna be honest with you because I know his manager personally, and he's just one of them cats that, you know what I'm saying, it could go sideways at any time.
I thought maybe he on some medication. Maybe.
I don't know about no medication. He just a real street dude, and it can go sideways at any time. Like, he feel like you trying to play him dirty. He gonna, like how we talk about it. Like, he gonna get you before you get him.
You see what he did to Angela Yee, man.
That's some real crazy. That's some real nigga shit, though. Like that. Like, you just gotta understand. That's just him being. That's just Gucci being Gucci. He ain't gonna give it to you raw. Like, you was trying to holler at me. Like,
he is serious.
Yeah, he was that serious because he ain't capping. Like, Angela Yee knew what she was like. No, you was trying to get with me too, Angela.
She didn't expect that. She didn't expect him to come out with that.
Man, you know, Gucci don't have no filter.
She probably forgot.
Gucci not having no filter, and anything is liable to come out your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not caring about if you hurt somebody's feelings or anything of that nature.
Yeah, but I forgot McBride, you from Atlanta, man. So that hip hop thing gonna be crazy because you guys fought for y'all spot when the East Coast try to act like they own it, and then the West Coast act like they want it back, and they don't want to get the South their props. You caught up in all that because you're from the South.
Well, no,
we'll argue for you.
I'm not even actually from the South. I'm from Iowa.
But I mean, your heart in the South, bro. I hear it, bro.
I've been in the South for a minute, so, you know, I love the South.
I hear it.
Like, I love the South. I'm not gonna lie to you. I love it, man.
See, I like MJG and 8-Ball, Scarface, Tila. That's my South. See,
Ghetto Boys.
You like that Memphis Houston. You like that Memphis Houston.
Andre 3000, one of the top.
Paul Wall.
You know what I'm saying?
Already. Like, we don't even talk about Andre 3000.
Can't nobody touch him. None of the dudes we name can't touch Andre 3000. Not Jeezy, not T.I. admitted himself out his own mouth. He said he can't fuck with 3000.
But you gotta put him, like, you don't even put him in that genre of, like, you put him with Nas, you put him with,
you put him with
Scarface.
I'm done tonight. I'm done. I'm like, Ryan, you said it right.
Yeah, you put him with Scarface and storytellers. Like, he's a storyteller. He's a slick Rick. He's like, you know, you got to put him in there with those. Like, you can't put him in there with just regular rappers.
You have like Black Thought, Tupac.
Yeah, like Black Thought's on a whole nother level.
Most Def.
We don't even talk about
what about MF Doom? What do you think about MF Doom?
Who?
MF Doom.
Okay, so alright, so MF Doom, I really wasn't into MF Doom. However, I listened to and I watched. He had a cult following that was beyond crazy. Mm-hmm. Like, when it comes to making money in hip hop, he was probably one of the biggest acts that you could ever imagine, and actually was under the radar. Mm-hmm. Like, he wasn't gonna get a whole bunch of publicity. However, you go to an MF Doom concert and it's always sold out. Mm-hmm. Like, when I say it's always sold out, like, he had the Midwest just on smash. Mm-hmm. Like,
he's pretty dope though.
Oh yeah,
like,
lyrically he's
like,
ill.
Once you get past the mask and everything like that, he was in. Like, to be honest with you,
listen, sorry to interrupt you, but that's what I loved. He was so fucking hip hop. Like, with the mask and everything, he basically was like, middle finger, fuck you guys. I'll rap with a mask on. That's how bad I am.
Yeah,
fucking love MF Doom.
Okay, so I come from, like, I listen to trap music. I listen to street music. And so, like, that is actually, like, you have to get into him. Like, you have to really kind of sit down and say, you know what, let me listen to this. Let me check this out.
But that's how he is. He's a lyrical rapper. Do you know what I mean? And
he is.
Yeah. But to me, he embodies.
Let's back to Seamoss, y'all. I want to know. I want to see what y'all really know right now.
Okay.
Throw something at y'all.
All right.
If you're ready.
All right.
What do y'all know about the rappers that mention Seamoss?
Nothing.
Want me to give you one? Want me to give you one, McBride? That's gonna blow your mind.
What, NLE Chopper?
No, 444 album, Jay-Z. Guess what he said? He said, Super Bowl gold.
My life.
My wife in the kitchen feeding the kids liquid gold in a whole different mode.
Yeah, I know what that was about.
Come on now, man.
No, see, okay, so this is like they drop certain things. He gotta come better than that though.
Well, you know, Meek Mill's always talking about.
Yeah, Meek Mill's always talking about. He always put it in a tweet or something like, "Hey, I'm feeling smarter now. Must be the Seamoss." Like he's always dropping stuff like that. Like anybody that says anything about Seamoss, I've been on it. Like NLE Chopper is probably the biggest person that's on Seamoss right now that's in the rap unit.
You know ARAB? You know that?
I'm gonna DM him tomorrow.
Yeah, ARAB ain't getting out anytime soon.
I know, but he loves Seamoss.
How you getting it now, though?
You know his guy, King Earner. He the one that burned.
Okay, so I read the post that you did, and that's the same with a whole bunch of people. Like a whole bunch of people got burned by him.
Hundreds.
But the thing is, how he's still out here?
I don't know, man. It seemed like the police would have got him because he was using Cash App for a lot of it.
How he's still on Clubhouse and still talking?
Is he really?
They had him on Queen's Flip. You know Queen's Flip from New York? He was on there, and they let all of us call in. And he claimed that he got back on his orders, and he couldn't handle the orders. But that don't give you a right to take our money. You know?
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah. You got back on your orders. Like,
that doesn't make any sense.
That man took thousands. You know, it's one lady named Chrissy. Y'all ever see her in the group?
I think so, yeah.
He took $1,000 from that lady.
Oh, wow.
Y'all want to know how much I'm crying over? $50.
Mm-hmm.
It changed my life and got me involved with Seamoss. Because
$1,000 from it though?
He got $1,000 from that lady, man.
Wow.
Her and her husband. And then he just, man, it's crazy. But I was sick, and that's why my heart was so broke. I was really sick, man. And I wanted that Seamoss. And he didn't like that, man.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Yeah, that'll rub a lot of people the wrong way.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, and just that never made it right with anybody and just kind of left it out there. Like, knowing that there was a few people that probably went to him. But, you know, I don't even know what to say about it.
Y'all ain't never been burned?
Yeah.
In Seamoss?
I don't put it out there like my situation run deep, so I leave them at that, and we don't even discuss it. Like I don't put nobody. I'm not gonna put anybody on blast about it.
But you've been through it.
Oh yeah, I've been through it. Like in this Seamoss game, you're gonna go through some things. You're gonna go through like. You really, at the end of the day, you just gotta learn how to protect yourself and understand that it's not that much different than the streets.
I haven't been burnt on the buy, but on the sale I've been burnt.
You been burnt from a customer?
Oh yeah, several times. I had one just.
The customers. See, y'all gotta teach me that? How do the customers hurt you?
Well, a lot of times it's my own fault, but here's a situation. Like, I got a call from this girl. She was doing some event, so I shipped her out to Seamoss, and I guess through the discussions, she gave me the wrong email address, or I used the wrong address. Didn't tell me she had switched addresses, so it got shipped to the wrong place, right? She's calling me crying, saying, "Oh, I can't, my show's ruined, this and this and that." So I arrange it and I ship it so that she'd get the Seamoss the next day at this show that she's going to be at. Some reason or and I called the guy, like, fucking dude, like literally dropped everything because she was like crying. Like my whole, like, I spent all this money on the show. What do I do? Fuck, I'm fucked. And so I was like, okay, here, we'll make this happen. I spent extra money, like, to ship it the next day. And for whatever reason, the package didn't show up. And so she messages me in the last day. Doesn't say anything really about all that time about the package not showing up. And says, hey, the package showed up. It ruined my show. I lost all this money. I'm gone. You can deal with it. And I was like, oh, I forgot to mention this. I sent the Seamoss to her on credit. Because I was like, you haven't got your first order. I'll send this order out to you now. You'll get it. You know, you can pay me later. And everything was fine. And here I am thinking we have a relationship. We're building something. You know what I mean? I'm helping her out grow her business. And then she was just kind of like, yeah, the Seamoss didn't come. And I'm not going back to get it. Too bad. So sad. And I was like, are you serious? Like, you're not even going to try and help me get the package back? Nothing? She's like, no, I had enough of this. Huh?
Was that 2 loads?
So, no, I got the first order paid, right? But that got shipped to the next one. So, but it was like maybe $500 I was out.
I'm saying, did you get the first one that got shipped to the wrong address?
I don't know if she got it or not. She probably eventually got it.
So you sent 2?
Yeah, so I sent 2. I sent 2 and she paid for 1. So she owes me for 1, right? And basically it's like in Ottawa right now. And she's just kind of like, fuck it. I'm not going back for it.
Did she give you any money?
No.
Not $1.
Well, just for the Seamoss that she paid for in the first order, but not the second order. And I paid extra to ship it. You know what I mean? So I paid an extra like $70 or $80 to have it shipped overnight.
So I gotta quit crying, man. I learned.
Yeah. So she was
really got some stories.
Yeah, and I mean that's just one. There's like a few of them like that. But I try to minimize the thing. Although there's been times where I thought I got ripped off, and then they ended up coming through. Like I had one guy where he was in England or France, and I shipped him the Seamoss, and it was getting delayed for whatever reason. And he was calling me like, what's going on? And so he shipped another one. He ordered another one and paid it. And then that one started taking forever. And so I was like, okay, we'll pay for the shipping on this one, and I'll ship it up to you on credit. And he was supposed to pay it when the other ones came in. And like for a whole year, this guy ghosted me. And I was like messaging him every couple of weeks. Hey, you got that money? You got that money? You got money? Finally, like almost a year to the day, he responded. He just sent me the money. Like, you know, when you're just sitting there working, all of a sudden I go ching ching, and I go and I look at the sale, and I'm like, there's no sale. And then I look at the history, and I realize that it was him paying from an outstanding bill from a year ago.
He paid it all.
Yeah, but he paid it all. So that was one person I thought I got ripped off, but he ended up, you know what I mean? And I was so upset because it was like, and that's when it hurts the most. It's usually when these guys get me, it's like I'm trying to go out of their way to fix something for them, to help them out. And then so they end up taking my generosity or my kindness, and then they stiff me. You know?
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. Even
I'm not going to cry about that $50 anymore.
Yeah, even
I'm officially putting closure on that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got to go erase that post. I'm done with that shit. Fuck that shit.
Dude, you can't keep that stuff.
I made thousands since then, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Live and direct.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Hey, bro, don't worry about
Listen,
like what you get mad about is what I'm about to throw away in my refrigerator.
Yeah.
Man, I know.
Bro.
I'm a cancer man. I'm a cancer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw $50
It's the principle. It's the principle for you.
I take it to the heart, man. I do, man. I do not like getting screwed.
No,
It's the principle on it.
yeah.
And I think it's mostly that you're dealing off the principle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he broke my heart. When you hear me say live and direct, I took it from him. But he took it from KRS-One. You know that.
Mm-hmm. I love KRS-One. He's one of my favorite artists.
KRS-One,
Yeah, he's the body. He's a good lyricist.
Now, who the best, KRS-One or Rakim? Come on, Julien.
Here's the thing. I've seen.
This is a whole nother ball game, right?
What I say is that I go off. When you got two good lyricists, I go off a body of work.
Mm-hmm.
And body of work was gonna make KRS-One better than Rakim.
Rakim. Man, you started up a freaking fight on this thing,
but again, I'm gonna go off a body of work. Body of work.
KRS-One, he didn't do enough bodies of work to beat Rakim.
Listen.
But Rakim didn't do nothing, period.
I ain't no show is enough to crush anything Criminal Minded was dope. KRS-One is a dope MC.
Have
but
you
can't fuck with Rakim.
Have you ever seen a stage show of KRS-One?
Huh?
Have you ever seen KRS-One in concert, like live?
Absolutely.
Amazing. Amazing show.
KRS-One had his most battle with Chuck D.
Mm-hmm.
They used to go at it, but people never knew. If you go back and listen to everything, you will hear it.
Mm-hmm.
They was going at it, man.
I believe it.
Chuck D dope, man.
Yeah, Chuck T is a good artist too.
Hell yeah, he one of the greatest. He created a whole.
You trying to say Rakim is better than KRS-One?
I know for certain that I think KRS-One might just say Rakim better than him. I really do.
I don't think he will.
Rakim created the flow. Like he created the word space. When rap was changing, KRS-One got caught in the old loop a little. But Rakim created a different wording of the line of how you could fill the space for words. Yeah. So he is what we hear now.
Like, I'm not going to deny that. Like, as far as what he came up with
and writing bars. He writes the bars.
Okay, so this is the thing. Like, it wouldn't even be. I don't even think it would be even close if Rakim's body of work was more than what it was.
Rakim, an architect of rap. Created the bars.
I understand that. However, I don't think it would be even something that we even have to discuss if Rakim's body of work was more than what it was. Like, Rakim only came out with, 3 albums? Really?
The architect of rap. He's the creator of Tupac and Nas.
It don't matter if you're an architect of rap. If you only come out with 1 or 2 buildings, that's not going to make you better than somebody that came out with 20 buildings.
Hear my plea on this. KRS-One dope, right? He destroyed MC Shan, The Bridge is Over, Criminal Minded, Poetry, Elementary, all the great shit. Step into my world. Let me tell you this, though. When you take Rakim, though, this is where Nas come from. They say great leaders create leaders. Great managers create new managers. It ain't about directing people and instructing people. It's about grooming and making leaders yourself. So when you take Slick Rick, you take Nas, you take Tupac, you can hear Rakim in they style. Yeah. So Big Daddy Kane. You can hear Rakim. You can't hear KRS-One in nobody's style.
Well, and this is
okay. So the reason why I say that is because rap changed from KRS-One style. Like
he the old bombastic.
It's not even the bombastic part about it. It's more of a situation where, like, he was speaking on more militant and
not like Chuck D.
Well, here's what I'll say. Lyrically, I believe skill-wise, Rakim kills. But if you want to look at someone who embodies hip hop, KRS-One, hands down. Like he is all around.
Totally different. The volume of work is totally different. Like, and this is the thing. If you're gonna take one song, then yeah, Rakim blows them out the water.
He can't fuck with Rakim. Not writing raps.
Listen.
However, I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at KRS-One, and like right now, if you put them in the room right now to rap against each other, who do you think?
KRS-One can freestyle better than Rakim.
Yeah.
Well, who do you think coming out?
Kill it.
Who do you think coming out with the victor?
Right now,
Rakim gonna kill KRS-One, man. Just listen to me when I tell you that shit. Ain't no way KRS-One can beat Rakim rap. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen, man.
I think Rakim's been too retired too long. He'd have to do some push-ups before he started getting in the ring with KRS-One. KRS-One is fucking. Listen, when it comes.
Yeah, I know exactly what song you're talking about.
Yo,
yeah, you hear that verse?
Like, this is the thing is though, like I'm not giving Rakim like okay, so like Rakim comes out with a verse. It's kind of like how I feel about almost like right now with Andre 3000.
Andre 3, man.
Like I would want a little bit more body of work from him because he ain't came out with anything in years.
I think Andre 3 retired, ain't he?
Yeah, he retired. And guess what? Like a lot of times he won't even put himself in that top because he ain't come out with enough body of work.
He never liked the limelight. And now it's the same way. Now I say he never liked the limelight. But they ended up in that field. You know? But they said they're really introverts. And they hate it. They hate the fame. You know? Snoop Dogg actually the same way. Look at Snoop Dogg earlier stuff. He didn't like looking in the camera. He didn't like all of the fame.
Oh, my friend Tyson was on here for a second. I was gonna sit there and get him to come in and weigh in on his view on fucking hip hop.
I got one last thing for you to make me mad, McBride.
Well,
when Tupac went to death row, do you think Snoop Dogg made him bigger, or do you think Tupac made Snoop Dogg and death row bigger? What do you say?
Tupac made death row bigger.
Okay, so how I feel about that is that they were both two iconic rappers. At that time, I think that Tupac was slowly declining.
I think
oh my God! His battle with Biggie, he just got shot. What makes you think he declined?
Who?
We were waiting on him.
I'm talking about actually, I'm not talking about Tupac, I'm sorry, but I'm talking about Snoop Dogg.
Thank God, McBride, you almost blew my mind.
Yeah, I'm talking about Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg, because after, but this is the thing you have to think about it though. Snoop Dogg was going through a lot himself.
But that's right.
Yeah, so his mind wasn't even on music like that, and you can tell that his mind was on music. He got back into the music when he went to No Limit, but at that time, I think that Snoop needed Pac more than Pac needed Snoop.
There we go, McBride. We brothers, and that's it. I ain't making for no more fun.
But this is like with anything with Pac. Pac is just a different type of figure. Like it doesn't matter who's in the room with Pac. He's a different type of figure.
But he said he hated doing that song with Scarface. He said he went ahead and did it, but he didn't want to outshine him. He said that's his favorite rapper, you know. He did not want to, you know.
But you got on Scarface because Scarface took too long.
On that smile.
Yeah.
Y'all some good dudes, man. Y'all know about Seamoss and hip hop.
Yeah, he said Scarface took too long with that song. He's like, I'll make songs in a couple minutes, man. You over here taking it forever.
He still couldn't compare.
But I don't know. That's Scarface. I've always been a Scarface fan.
Right.
Night, Sean.
Scarface fan, but
Oh.
audio with the last video.
So it looks like we got disconnected. I'm just coming back on to say goodbye to these guys. And I'm going to tell them enough's enough. We're going to get some rest. Spent a lot of time talking about hip-hop. It was awesome. I'm so disappointed. I don't think I could have kept that video.
All right, goodbye, Julien.
Yes.
Good night, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to say good night because I know you guys, we got cut off. And you know what sucks? We didn't get to save that video. Like that was a huge, like, epic talk on hip hop.
Man, that was crazy. McBride be on it, man. We gotta give it to him. Well, I love you, brother.
Yes.
God bless.
Yes, bless you, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, take care. Good night. Let's see if Ricky comes back for a second, and then we'll call it a night. Because, yes, there's Ricky. Let's see if he joins in. So David, Dread, and Dread, am I based in St. Lucia? No, I'm currently in Toronto, but our business is based in St. Lucia, and my partner's there. I'm going to be there in about a month, so I don't know if you're from there, but if you are, we can link up while I'm down there. He's unable to join. Well, anyways, Ricky, I'm sure you can tell we're gonna end this show anyways. So let's go and we'll reconvene next Sunday for Mother's Day, if I can make it for Mother's Day. And for those that don't know, I didn't mention it, but my birthday's on Friday. So sorry, I don't mean to laugh. Right, David, Dread, and Dread, like you're like the 50th person that's come to me and asked me about what's going on in St. Lucia. Okay, so this money problem thing, like they're not really having money problems. What happened was that just recently they had a holiday on Monday, and so just the days leading up to the holidays, the banks are always closed or on limited hours. And then when I talked to my buddy, he said that particular bank where they saw the lineups on, their workers are on strike. And so that's why the workers are not putting the money into the bank machine. It's not like there's no money in St. Lucia. I'm sending thousands of dollars like every week. Trust me, my business would cease to operate if there was no, if there was no money down there. So yeah, thanks, Ricky. I'll see you on Sunday. Oh, you're back. Okay, cool. What one?
Oh, so your birthday's on Friday?
Yeah, May the 6th.
The turn up is real.
It's gonna be on a Friday too, eh? And it's the first year I don't feel like going out. Usually I go out every year, bottle service, the whole nine. This year I'm just like, nah, fuck it. I'll just pack Seamoss.
Like you get to that age where it's like, man, you just start thinking about the day after you go out.
The day after? You're talking about the week after, bro. It takes me at least 4 days to recover.
Like, you know what the funny thing is? Like, I'm talking about this, like, I'm up at 3:08. I'm thinking about tomorrow morning. I ain't drank that. I ain't did anything. I'm like, man, I gotta wake up in the morning. Oh, man, it's gonna hurt.
I know.
It's gonna be terrible. So I can just think about me drinking
going out and partying, and then try to wake up on a Saturday morning and do stuff, and man,
You're right.
I can't even imagine it anymore.
Yeah. Just before you go, have you heard that story about what they're talking about with their no money?
I seen a post talking about there's no money in St. Lucia. I'm like, yeah.
No.
I'm like,
You would have heard something for sure.
exactly.
Listen,
like,
if there was
I know
no,
a few people that have been going crazy online and would not stop.
bro, there'd be riots in the street if there was no money.
Yeah.
Literally, people would be flipping
You
out.
can't go to the bank and get your money out. Like,
Awa, 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 awa. That's all you hear. Awa, awa, awa.
yeah.
No,
A
no.
bunch of people getting mad. You owe me money.
Yeah. I want my money. Anyways, but but what a lot of people don't realize too is that like even in the major town cash streets, there's like maybe 4 banks, right? And each bank has one branch in town, and each branch has maybe 1 or 2 bank machines. And so, you know what I mean? On a busy weekend, when the banks close on Saturday, they closed at 12 o'clock last weekend.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? So there was a lot of people. We were trying to get money out. We had money sitting that we could have pulled out, but the banks closed, and it was just like, you know what I mean? 12:30 on a Saturday, and then there's no money till Tuesday. So you know the lineup. Everybody knows they're trying to make that lineup, and already there's lineups from COVID and stuff. I remember when I was there in the pandemic, if I had to go to the bank, I had to show up 2.5 hours early. Like I would have to get there at 7 in the morning to get in at. Yeah, man. The lineup all around the corner, and it was like it would open at 7 in the morning and it would close at 2. Crazy. You know what I mean? Like their banking system is backwards.
Yeah, I would go crazy. Like,
Yeah.
that's a whole day situation. Like, how tired I would be after going to the bank. I had to recover from going to the bank.
Yeah, and they kept. I was trying to open a bank account so that we could facilitate the money, and they kept denying me because while I was away, my ID had expired while I was there, but I couldn't get new ones, and I was freaking out because it was like this was a branch that like my grandma banked at, and everybody in the branch knew my grandma, and so everybody knew my dad, and then I'm look exactly like my dad, and so it's like how do you tell me this is not me? Like you know it's me. And they were just giving me a hard time. And so every day I would walk 45 minutes to get to the bank. It was probably like at least 5 kilometers or something because way up at the top of the hill. And I would have to walk down and I would wait in line and go and see them. And they would turn me down every time. And it got to the point where they would see me and they'd just be like, oh, not this guy again. Oh, here, you go deal with him. And then finally I freaked out and I called the bank manager at the main branch and was like basically called the racist card and was like, how dare you guys not give me a bank account? You know what I mean? Like, what kind of country is this that you're living in here? I'm a businessman. I'm here to invest in this country and you can't give me a... Like, pulled the whole... Like, I was a white guy. You know what I mean? Like, how dare you, dude?
So did it work?
Yeah. You're fucking right, it did. And what it did was it taught a valuable lesson to my partner Ashton because every day he'd be like, "You're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it." I'd be like, "Bro, I'm getting it." I said, "I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I deserve that bank account. That's my bank account. I'm getting that bank account." You know what I mean? If I have to go there every day,
You had to make an extra phone call.
mm-hmm.
Call it the flex call. You got to flex sometimes.
But hey, whatever it takes to get the shit done, you got to make it happen.
Exactly. That's the rule of thumb. It's like, okay, sometimes I have to speak to your manager.
Yeah.
And explain, like, missing out on a lot of business right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and then after a while, it's just like, you know what? Yeah, let's just go ahead and take it.
Bro, you should see me when I negotiate in real estate. Sometimes we're putting fucking these other agents in like headlocks and be like, giving me this deal, man. You know what I mean? It's like, I can't breathe. It's like, fuck. Like literally, verbal headlocks. Yeah, just to get it. Well, whatever you got to do to get it done, you know?
Exactly. Like, if you talk to enough people, you're gonna find that right person that's gonna be like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you just keep on taking your chances until you find the right person. Just like you can tell me no 20 times in a row doesn't mean I'm gonna stop at the 20 times. I'm still gonna keep on asking to the point where I'll just wear you down.
Yeah, perseverance.
Okay, I'm gonna call this person. I'm gonna call this person. I'm gonna call this person until.
Oh, bro, they were so mad when I called the head branch and complained, and they basically literally called down there and was like, "Yeah, you let that guy get his bank account." And so finally, the last day I come in, and it's like, "Hello, guy," and I'm all smiling, like, "Hey, guys," like, and they're all like, "Yes, Mr. Jean-Pierre, here's your paperwork." Yeah, just shut this guy up. And in the beginning, they were just like trying to stronghold me, you know, this and that. And so I said that. I said, "What kind of bank are you guys running here? Like, you know, I'm dealing with the teller, and then they got the bank manager overlooking their shoulder, and they're all telling me, like, do you guys naturally assume that everybody's a drug dealer and everybody's trying to launder money in this country? Is that like how you approach people? You know what I mean? Like, what kind of country is this?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jean-Pierre. You know, this is not what we come to expect." And I'm like, "Yeah, like, this is not how we do things in Canada. You know that, right?" Told a total Karen.
You got them hot. It's like, you know, it really is the manager that you have, because he's the one that's like, man, this joke is just went.
Yeah, not this guy again.
He done called my superior.
Mm-hmm.
And got the bank account.
I can't wait to go back there though, because in the beginning they all treated us like we were like jokes, like, you know, not serious about business and stuff like that. And now the way we, like, my partner, because he has a bank account there now, the way they treat him, dude, he's just like, he laughs. He's just like, "Bro, they might as well roll up the red carpet for me." They're like, "Oh, Mr. Dalton, hey, da, 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 da."
That's usually how it works.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't give you a bank account. Now they call you. He's like, "Hey man, can I see you today?"
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Listen, if there's, how do I say it? Nothing gives me more joy than the thought of knowing that these guys that once like looked at my partner as just some regular Joe has now have to look at him and say, like, this guy, you know, respect this guy because he built this.
Mr. now.
Yes. Yes.
They got called Mr. now.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
You know?
He like over to the point where he can skip the line.
Yes. Yes.
Like, hey, no, come on.
Exactly.
Like, they ain't paying for this guy.
Yeah. I love
know
it.
what the other guy got come down here doing.
They're like, yo, you know what that is? That's Boss Seamoss. What? Yeah, man. I'm kidding. They don't say that, but I like to fantasize that they do.
Oh, man.
But we should get going. It is getting late.
Yeah, I need to go because I gotta wake up in the morning and handle that situation.
I know. Let me know if you need help. And yeah, I gotta let my family. I've been so loud tonight. I'm gonna get shit.
Yeah, I just got into the bed. I know Chris was like, "You just stay downstairs with all that."
Yeah, I thought you were done. Like, I thought it was done too, Crystal.
The live went off and then you requested join right back.
Sorry,
like,
Crystal.
Like last week, I just went to sleep on the live. Like I was downstairs doing, I think I was doing powder. Then I just came up and just put the phone on. And I just let it go.
I almost fell asleep on a couple of these episodes earlier. I think I was napping for a second.
Yeah, you did nap. You napped for like a good 5 minutes.
No, but a lot of times when I'm doing this, I'm listening. My eyes are closed, and I'm just.
Like, you can tell that you were halfway there, but you know, you get to the point where you just stand still, and then you leave, you come back.
So you know what I'm doing when I'm leaving? I'm stretching my back, because then when I'm sitting in the chair, my back starts to hurt, and I have a couple knots. And so I'm like, well, if these guys are going to talk, I'll just listen while I'm, rolling out my back. But let's get going, or else I'm going to start talking again. So.
Man, all right, man. I'm gonna holler at you Sunday. I'll probably call you for your birthday.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. You have a good night. You tell Chris I say good night.
All right, man. You have a good one too.
All right, man. Take care. Bye.
All right.
This goddamn video.
So it's been a minute since I made a TikTok, but I'm back on my bullshit, so here we go. This might be the craziest thing that I've done. This morning, the guy that I was talking to asked me for food tonight, and I said, oh, I'm hanging out with you. And it was a joke. This man lives in Canada. And so he said, oh, bet. And he was on his way, and then he lost his COVID report, and so they weren't going to let him in. And so now he went to customs, and I guess he got something figured out, whatever, done. Anyways, they're letting him in, and he's going to drive here. He had to take a ferry across the border, and now he's going to drive here. And all I'm thinking is, damn, do you know how many people had to drive like 40 minutes to come hang out with me or anyone, and they failed? Like, if they wanted to, they would. I'm about 3 hours away. I need to go to the store. I need to shower. I need to get ready. And I will keep you posted on what I look like and everything for you guys.
Will this make a nice sound, or is it like... I know it's annoying. I'll answer your question after.
forgot to end the stream. I told